I never thought a simple weekend getaway could turn into something I'd remember for the rest of my life. It was late October of 1999, and I was 27 years old. I was living in a small town called Asheville, tucked away in the mountains of western North Carolina. It was the kind of place that felt peaceful on the surface but had a wild, untamed side if you looked closely enough. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. I wanted to get away from the city noise, the constant work emails, and the never-ending cycle of errands. I had saved up some money, took a few days off work, and rented a cabin deep in the woods at Pine Ridge, a remote area known for its thick forests and winding dirt roads. The cabin was old but sturdy, sitting near a small, quiet lake that reflected the orange and red leaves of the fall trees. It was perfect, or so I thought. The drive to Pine Ridge took about 2 hours from Asheville, mostly through narrow, curvy roads that snaked through the mountains. The sun was setting as I pulled off the main highway onto a rough gravel path. The road wasn't well maintained. Potholes and loose rocks made the drive slow and careful. The last mile, I couldn't see much because the forest was thick on both sides, blocking the fading light. I felt the temperature drop sharply as I got closer to the cabin. The air smelled of wet earth and pine needles. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked even smaller than the pictures online had shown. But that didn't bother me. It was made of rough logs with a stone chimney on one side. The windows were dusty but intact. A small porch ran along the front, with a couple of wooden rocking chairs and a rusty old porch swing. The lake was only a few steps away, visible through a break in the trees. I unloaded my car slowly, carrying a backpack filled with essentials: food, water, some warm clothes, a flashlight, and a small first aid kit. I hadn't brought a lot since the cabin had electricity and a wood stove for heat. I stepped inside, and a wave of cool, musty air hit me. The cabin smelled of old wood and something faintly sour, like damp clothes left too long. It had the kind of smell that made you want to open every window, but I knew that at night the cold would be unbearable. The interior was simple and bare. There was a small kitchen area with a sink and an old stove that looked like it hadn't been used much. A wooden table sat in the middle of the room, and a couple of mismatched chairs were pushed against the walls. A narrow staircase led upstairs to a loft where the bed was covered with a thick, faded quilt. The walls were unpainted wood, and a few spider webs hung in the corners. I put on a pot of water for tea and started a fire in the wood stove. The dry wood caught quickly, and soon the room filled with warmth and the comforting sound of crackling flames. The cabin had only one small electric lamp, so I turned it on and set it on the table. I sat down and looked out the window toward the lake. The sky was nearly dark now, and the trees were black silhouettes against the deep blue. After dinner, I took a long shower in the small bathroom, then got into bed early. I had brought a book to read, but the quiet was so heavy it felt strange to try and lose myself in a story. Outside, the wind whispered softly through the trees. I thought about how peaceful it was, how far away from everything I was. I felt lucky to have this little escape all to myself. Around midnight, something woke me up. It was faint at first, a low, rhythmic tapping. I thought it was the wind rattling the windows or maybe a branch hitting the roof. But the tapping continued, slow and steady, like someone was knocking. I sat up, heart beating faster. The cabin was so quiet that the sound seemed louder than it should be. I stared at the window, but saw nothing but darkness. The tapping stopped. Then, seconds later, it started again, but now it was coming from the back door, the one leading out to the woods behind the cabin. I froze. I wasn't expecting anyone. There was no cell phone signal here, no neighbors for miles. The idea of someone being outside in the middle of the night made my skin crawl. I grabbed my flashlight from the bedside table and crept toward the door, careful not to make noise. I looked through the window in the door, but the glass was foggy and covered in condensation. All I could see was a shadow moving between the trees. The tapping stopped again. I stood there for a moment, unsure if I should open the door or not. I decided against it. Instead, I locked it and returned to bed, pulling the quilt up to my chin. My mind raced, imagining all kinds of worst-case scenarios. Was someone lost? Were they dangerous? Could they see me through the windows? I didn't sleep well the rest of the night. Every sound, the creaking wood, the rustling leaves, the distant howl of an animal, felt amplified. I kept the flashlight close and my phone next to me, even though the battery was low and I had no service. The next morning, I went outside to check around the cabin. The night air was cold and crisp. The sun was just rising, casting pale light through the trees. I found no footprints near the back door, but I did see some broken branches off the path leading into the woods. They looked fresh, like something or someone had passed through in a hurry. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other wild animal. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. I spent the day hiking around the lake and exploring the area. The forest was beautiful, full of towering oaks, maples, and pines, their leaves bright with fall colors. I found a small stream and followed it for a while, listening to the water rushing over rocks and the occasional bird call. It was exactly the kind of peaceful trip I'd wanted. But as the afternoon wore on, I noticed that the feeling of being watched never really went away. Whenever I stopped moving or sat down to rest, I thought I could hear faint noises in the distance. Twigs snapping, leaves crunching underfoot. Sometimes, I would catch a glimpse of movement between the trees, but whenever I looked directly, there was nothing. By evening, I was tired and ready to return to the cabin. I cooked a simple dinner and went to bed earlier than the night before, hoping for better sleep. That night, the tapping returned, only louder and more insistent. This time, it came from the front porch. I stayed quiet, afraid to look, but it felt like the knocking was trying to get my attention, growing in urgency. I got up and cautiously peeked through the front window. A figure stood just outside, cloaked in shadow. The porch light flickered as the wind picked up, making it hard to see details. I grabbed my phone and flashlight, heart pounding. I decided to leave the cabin. I packed some essentials quickly, grabbed my coat, and stepped outside into the cold night air. The figure was gone. I hurried to my car, parked a few yards away down the gravel path. As I unlocked it, I heard heavy footsteps crunching behind me. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the dark woods. Nothing was there, but the feeling of being followed grew stronger. I got into the car, locked the doors, and started the engine. The headlights cut through the blackness, showing empty trees and the gravel road ahead. As I pulled onto the road, I saw a shape standing at the edge of the forest, watching me leave. I drove as fast as I dared on the twisting mountain roads, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, where streetlights and people made the darkness seem less real. I never went back to that cabin. I canceled the rest of my trip and took a few days off work to recover. I told no one about what happened, afraid they'd think I was crazy or imagining things, but the memory stayed with me, clear and sharp. The next year, I looked up Pine Ridge again. I found out that a few hikers and campers had reported similar experiences, feeling watched, hearing unexplained noises, seeing shadows moving just beyond sight. Some had found strange footprints or broken branches, but nothing concrete. The area was known for being remote and wild, and people often warned about bears or mountain lions. It made me realize that what I experienced wasn't some fantasy or ghost story. It was real. It was the raw, unpredictable nature of the wilderness and the fact that sometimes, when you're alone in the dark, your mind can play tricks on you, or maybe you're just not alone at all. Since then, I've been careful about where I go and who I tell. The woods are beautiful but can be dangerous in ways you don't expect. I still love the outdoors, but I've learned to respect that some places are best visited in daylight with company and a clear way out. I don't know if the figure on my porch was a person, an animal, or something else. I never saw it close enough to tell, but the fear I felt that night was real, and the lesson was clear. In the wild, you can never be truly alone, and sometimes, that's what scares you the most. I took a solo trip to a remote cabin in the fall of 2018. It was supposed to be a break from everything: work, traffic, screens, and noise. I was 32 then, a maintenance worker at a small school district near Cleveland. I had vacation time I hadn't touched in 2 years, so I picked 2 weeks in early October when the leaves were just starting to change. packed up my old Subaru Forester, and drove south into the Appalachians of West Virginia. I'd found the place through a small online listing site. It wasn't on Airbnb or anything big, just a page hosted by a retired couple who rented a few off-grid cabins deep in the Monongahela National Forest. The one I chose was called Hemlock Ridge. The photos showed a simple log structure with a green tin roof, a fire pit out front, and not much else. The description said it had no electricity, no running water, and no cell signal. That's what I wanted. Just quiet, trees, maybe a few beers. A place where I didn't have to talk to anyone or hear anything but the wind and birds. The drive-in took forever. The last 20 miles were on an old gravel forestry road that twisted endlessly uphill. My phone dropped signal half an hour before I got to the gate. There were no other cabins or houses around, at least not that I saw. Just trees, cliffs, and sharp turns. The rental couple left a printed map in a lockbox at a ranger station back in the nearest town. It was basic but accurate enough. The cabin sat near the end of a logging road that hadn't been used by actual logging crews in decades. When I finally pulled up, the place looked exactly like the pictures. Maybe a little smaller. Just one room with a cot, wood stove, tiny table, and shelves with some pans and canned food. There was a water barrel outside to collect rainwater, but they told me to bring my own gallons just in case. I brought 8. They also mentioned a dry latrine about 20 yards behind the cabin and a creek a little further down the slope. It was quiet out there in a way that felt unreal. No cars, no hum of lights or machines. Just wind in the leaves and the distant tap of woodpeckers. I unloaded my food, sleeping bag, small cooler, and a few books. There was no cell signal, so I turned my phone off entirely. I put it in a drawer and forgot about it. That first day was peaceful. I hiked a bit down the slope to see where the creek was and found it quickly. Cold and clear, about a foot deep. I followed it a while before heading back. That night, I sat by the fire pit with a beer and watched the stars come out one by one. By the second day, I started to notice little things. Not anything dramatic, just a feeling. The woods felt still, but not in the normal way. Usually when I'd gone camping, there were always some sounds. Birds, rustling, small animals. But here, it got quiet fast, especially in the late afternoon. Too quiet. At first, I thought maybe it was the time of year. Cooler weather. Migration. I tried not to think much of it. I cooked my food, took some walks, sat on the log by the fire pit, and wrote in a small notebook I brought. On the third day, something changed. I woke up to the sound of a branch snapping nearby. Not just a small twig, something heavy. I stayed in my sleeping bag for a moment, waiting to hear more, but nothing came. When I finally got up, it was still early, maybe 6:30 a.m. The air was foggy, cold. I walked the perimeter around the cabin. Nothing obvious was disturbed, no sign of animals. The forest looked the same. I figured it might have been a deer or a bear passing through, maybe stepping on dead wood. Later that afternoon, I hiked a mile out along the old road behind the cabin. It was overgrown but walkable. I didn't see anyone. I didn't expect to. But as I was walking back, I saw something that made me stop. There were boot prints. Faint but definitely boot treads. Not mine, I checked. These were different. Wider and deeper. Not hiking boots either. Looked more like work boots or something heavier. They were coming from the opposite direction, the one I had just walked from, and they crossed over the road at a slight angle, as if whoever made them had come out of the woods, walked across the road, and disappeared back in on the other side. That put a knot in my gut. The prints weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. Maybe a day or two at most. I stared at them for a while, thought about calling it in, but I had no signal and no way to contact anyone. I told myself it could have been a hunter or another hiker. The forest was huge, after all. Still, I walked back quicker than I normally would. That night, I stayed inside. I didn't build a fire. I read by lantern and locked the cabin door. I didn't sleep much. Around 2 a.m., I heard movement again. This time, slower. Not a branch snap, but soft crunches, like feet on leaves. I lay still in the dark, listening. The footsteps weren't right up against the cabin, but they weren't far. Maybe 20 feet away. Then I heard nothing, just silence. I didn't get up. I didn't move. I waited until morning before I checked outside. There were no footprints, but the leaves near the side of the cabin were disturbed. Not in a clear pattern, just flattened down in a way that told me someone or something had been standing there for a while. Watching, maybe. I packed my things that morning. I was supposed to have 5 days left, but I had a bad feeling in my stomach that wouldn't go away. I loaded everything into the Subaru, double-checked the water jugs and trash bags, and started to drive out. That's when I saw the log. It was big, fresh cut, maybe from a tree that had fallen recently. But it was placed, not random, set right across the narrowest part of the road, where a cliff dropped off to the left. It hadn't been there when I came in. I was sure of it. I got out and tried to move it, but it was too heavy. Couldn't even roll it. That's when I realized what it was really for. It wasn't to block cars from coming in. It was to keep someone from leaving. I stood there a long time, heart pounding. My first thought was to drive around, maybe over the edge a bit, but the drop was too steep and the dirt too loose. I'd end up rolling the car down the hill. I considered hiking out, but it was nearly 20 miles to the main road, and I didn't know if I'd even make it before dark. Besides, if someone had put that log there, then someone knew I was here. I backed the car up the road and returned to the cabin. I didn't know what else to do. I shut all the windows, locked the door again, and sat with my back against the wall, facing the door. I kept a fire poker next to me. That's all I had. No guns, no knives worth mentioning. Just a steel rod and a kitchen hatchet. For the next day and night, I stayed inside. I rationed food and water. I barely slept. I heard nothing that night. No steps, no branches. But somehow that made it worse. Whoever was out there didn't need to rush. On the 5th morning, I walked back to the road to check the log. It was gone. Just gone. No sawdust, no marks, no dragging signs. Just nothing. Like it had never been there. That's when it clicked in my head. Someone was playing with me. Someone knew I was alone, without signal, without help. And they had time. I didn't wait. I started the car, drove down that road as fast as I could, taking every turn too tight and kicking up gravel like crazy. When I hit the main road, I nearly cried. I didn't stop until I reached the next town, Elkins, I think, where I finally got cell signal again. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not really. I said there was a tree blocking the road and that it freaked me out, so I cut the trip short. I didn't want to explain the feeling I had. The certainty that someone had been out there, watching, waiting. When I got home, I tried to find the listing again. The website was gone. The couple who ran the cabins had no contact info. I checked public records for Hemlock Ridge. Nothing came up. It was like the cabin never existed. I didn't go back into the woods for a long time. Years, actually. And even now, I won't go alone. I still think about the footsteps, the boot prints, the silence, the way the log vanished. Not because I think something supernatural happened. I don't. It was worse than that. It was real. Someone had found that cabin. Maybe they'd known about it for years. Maybe they'd been watching that road, waiting for someone to show up alone. Maybe I was the first one in a while. Maybe not. All I know is I got lucky. If I hadn't left when I did, if I'd stayed even one more night, I don't think I'd be here to tell this story. I don't know who that person was, or what they wanted, or what they'd done before me, but I know what they were doing while I was out there. It was the fall of 2004 when I decided to get away from everything for a while. I had just turned 33, and my job as a mechanic in northern Michigan was starting to wear me down. Long hours, grease under my nails, and the same faces every day. It was getting to me. I didn't have a girlfriend, no kids, and no real obligations besides work. I had saved up some money over the last few years, so I figured it was as good a time as any to disappear into the woods for a week or two. I found this old cabin for rent deep in the Upper Peninsula, about 2 hours from Marquette, tucked between miles of forest and a shallow, winding river called the Stone Mark. The pictures on the listing showed a rundown, single-room structure with a stone chimney and a porch that sagged slightly in the middle. It was isolated, exactly what I wanted. I packed up my old Dodge Dakota with food, a cooler full of water, my .22 rifle for plinking cans, a box of books I had been meaning to read, and enough clothes to last me for 2 weeks. The drive out there was beautiful. Leaves had started turning, and the whole forest glowed orange, yellow, and deep red. Cell service had dropped out long before I hit the gravel road that led to the property. The cabin looked even more beat up in person than it had in the photos. The wood siding was faded and dry. Some of the nails in the porch had worked their way up and caught my boot as I stepped onto it. The inside was small but not terrible. 1 twin bed, a wood stove, a sink that ran on gravity-fed water from a tank out back, and a small table with 2 chairs. There was a single oil lamp and a stack of firewood by the door. The first few days were perfect. I'd wake up with the sun, make myself oatmeal or canned beans, then spend hours walking the trails around the cabin or sitting on a flat rock down by the river. I brought a journal and started writing in it. Nothing deep, just observations, how I felt, what I saw. At night, I'd read by lantern light, then crawl into the narrow bed and fall asleep to the sound of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Things started to feel off on the 5th day. I had been hiking up a ridgeline behind the cabin. There wasn't a trail up there, just thick brush and rocks, but I liked exploring. As I climbed higher, I started noticing things that didn't make sense. Small piles of stones stacked in triangles, twigs snapped clean and placed in X shapes, and a tree trunk that had deep scratches running across it, too wide to be made by a bear or a cougar. At first I figured it was just other people marking trails, or maybe kids screwing around in the woods. But the higher I climbed, the stranger it got. I found a deer skull wedged into the crook of a tree branch about 6 feet off the ground. No body, just the skull. It was old and bleached white, but something about how it was placed felt intentional, like someone wanted it to be seen. I turned around not long after that. The next morning, I found footprints outside the cabin. They weren't mine. I knew where I had walked, and these came from the tree line and circled the cabin. They were wide, booted prints, heavier than mine, and deep in the soft earth. It looked like whoever made them had walked slowly, almost dragging 1 foot. They went right up to the porch, stopped at the window, then turned around and vanished into the woods. I stood there for a long time just staring at them. I didn't hear anything the night before. No footsteps, no knocking. But whoever it was had come close. Real close. I stayed inside most of that day. I locked the cabin door, which was little more than a latch, and kept the rifle nearby. I tried reading, but I couldn't focus. My ears were always straining, listening for sounds that didn't belong. I thought about packing up and heading back, but I didn't want to overreact. Could have been a hunter or someone lost. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just the soft crunch of dead leaves, like someone trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. Then it stopped. A few seconds later, the sound came again, this time behind the cabin. Then nothing. I didn't go outside. The next morning, I found more footprints, this time circling the whole cabin. They were deeper than the last ones. Whoever it was had come back. On the 7th day, I decided to hike out. I had no cell service, but the main road was about 6 miles away. If I followed the river downstream, I'd hit it by mid-afternoon. I packed a small bag with water, some jerky, and my map. I left the rest behind. I locked the cabin, not that it would matter, and started walking. About an hour into the hike, I had the sense I was being followed. I kept glancing back, but the woods were quiet. Still, that feeling wouldn't go away. It wasn't just nerves. I'd spent enough time outdoors to trust my gut when it screamed at me. I stopped once, crouched behind a big rock, and waited. Nothing. No footsteps. No movement. Just wind in the trees. I moved faster after that. I made it to the road a little before 3 in the afternoon and started walking along it, heading east toward the nearest town, about 10 miles away. An old guy in a pickup finally pulled over and gave me a ride. I didn't tell him much, just that I was staying at a cabin and got tired of it. Back in town, I used the Wi-Fi at a diner to book a motel. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I went back. I know how that sounds, but I needed to grab the rest of my stuff. My wallet, the rest of my gear, my journal. And I wanted to see if anything else had happened. The drive back felt wrong. The sky was overcast, and everything looked dull and drained of color. When I got to the cabin, I saw right away that the door was open. I approached slowly, rifle ready. The door wasn't kicked in or broken, just open. Inside, everything had been moved. Not wrecked, not looted, moved. My clothes were spread out on the bed. My books were stacked in a perfect circle on the table. My journal was open to a random page, with a dead mouse pinned to it by a twig. I gathered my stuff fast, threw everything into a bag and left. Didn't stop, didn't look back. I never reported it. I didn't see the point. There was no real crime, nothing stolen, no evidence, just signs that someone had been watching, maybe waiting. I never went back to that part of the state. Sold the rifle a year later. I still go hiking sometimes, but never alone. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking I hear someone walking outside. And when I do, I stay still and quiet, listening for that soft crunch of leaves that once followed me through the trees. That cabin is probably still there, slowly falling apart. Maybe someone else has rented it since. Maybe not. I don't want to know. But I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't left when I did. If I had stayed one more night. Or if I had gone outside when I first heard those footsteps. I try not to think about it too much, but it always comes back eventually. And every time it does, I feel that same cold pit in my stomach. The one that tells me I was lucky, really lucky, to get out of there when I did. I was 34 when I rented that cabin in northern Colorado. It was early November of 2017, just a few weeks before the first real snow of the season. I had taken a leave from my job at a small environmental consulting firm in Missouri to work on a paper that was long overdue. The company gave me 6 weeks off. I needed the quiet. My job had been burning me out, and the thought of isolating myself in the mountains to focus felt like a gift. I'd always worked best alone, and I thought maybe, away from the noise, I'd finally be able to concentrate again. The cabin I found wasn't on any major rental site. I'd come across it on a small local classifieds website for Larimer County. The ad was short, just a photo of an old wooden structure nestled in a clearing, with the words, "Remote cabin for rent, long-term preferred, no amenities, accessible by dirt road, quiet." I emailed the guy who posted the ad, and a day later he replied with a few more details. The cabin was about 30 miles west of Fort Collins, tucked into the Roosevelt National Forest. No plumbing, no power, but it had a wood stove, a spring nearby for water, and a propane tank for the stove and a small heater. The owner said he only rented it to people serious about solitude. That was what I wanted. I drove up from Missouri in my old Subaru Outback with a cooler full of food, boxes of dry goods, a solar charger, notebooks, and my laptop. I had planned it so that I'd be totally off-grid, but not completely out of touch. The solar panels would keep my laptop and phone going for the few things I needed them for, mostly writing and keeping an offline archive of research files. I arrived at the cabin on a Thursday afternoon. The drive up the dirt road took longer than I expected. My GPS lost signal halfway up, and I had to rely on printed directions the owner emailed me. There were no signs, no markers, just narrow turns and pine trees crowding the road. By the time I finally saw the clearing, I was exhausted and a little disoriented. The cabin looked even older than the photo showed. Gray wood, slightly warped, with a tin roof and a crooked porch that creaked under my boots. There was no key. The door just had a sliding bolt on the inside, and the windows were covered with plywood shutters that I unlatched to let in the daylight. Inside, the air was dry and dusty. One room, maybe 12 feet wide, with a small bed against the back wall, a table, 2 wooden chairs, and a cast iron stove. A few shelves held an old oil lantern, some chipped plates, and a couple of glass jars filled with nails and random hardware. I set up quickly, laid out my sleeping bag on the bed, stashed my food in a plastic tote, and unpacked my laptop and charger. I lit the propane stove and made a pot of coffee. It was dead quiet outside. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just the faint groan of the trees shifting. The first few days were peaceful. I'd wake up just after sunrise, boil water for instant oatmeal, sit on the porch, and watch the frost lift off the grass. Then I'd work. I had my research spread out on the table, papers, maps, notebooks full of scribbles from field work I'd done over the past 2 years. The isolation helped. I started writing again, slowly at first, then in long, steady stretches. I'd pause in the afternoon to chop wood or collect water from the spring down the slope behind the cabin. Then dinner, a few pages of a book by headlamp, and bed. By the end of the first week, I stopped thinking about anything outside that clearing. My phone stayed off. I wasn't sleeping well, though. Not because of the cold or discomfort, but because I kept waking up feeling like something was wrong. I'd wake in the middle of the night, suddenly alert, my heart racing. The cabin would be silent. I'd shine my light around, see nothing, and eventually go back to sleep. On the 9th night, something changed. I woke up around 2:30 a.m., heart pounding again. I sat up and grabbed my flashlight. The cabin looked the same. No movement, no sound. But when I reached for the bolt on the door to check outside, I realized it was already unlatched. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed. I always did. It was the only real security I had. I stood there staring at the bolt for maybe a minute. Then I slowly opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. The air was freezing, and the moon was full enough to light up the clearing. Everything looked normal. Trees, shadows, my car parked 20 feet away. I stepped off the porch, sweeping the flashlight around. No footprints in the frost. No movement in the brush. I circled the cabin once. Nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. The next morning, I searched the area again. The ground was too hard for any fresh tracks, but I did find something near the spring, just a few feet from where I usually filled my jugs. A flattened patch of grass, like someone had been lying there. No obvious prints, just the shape of a body. I told myself maybe it was a deer, but deer don't lie still like that for long. I tried to focus on work, but my concentration was gone. I kept looking out the windows. That night, I stacked a chair against the door and jammed a wedge of firewood under the handle. I lay in bed with the flashlight in my hand and the hatchet I used for chopping wood next to me on the floor. No sounds that night, no signs of anything. But the next morning, the wedge of wood was moved. Not far, just nudged an inch or two. I knew I hadn't touched it. I started leaving during the day, just for short hikes, telling myself I needed the air, that I was being paranoid. But each time I came back, I checked everything. Sometimes the chair looked moved. Once, one of my water jugs was half empty, though I knew I hadn't used it. Another time, I found a strand of hair on the bed. Not mine. Too long, too dark. I stopped sleeping. I stopped writing. I kept the stove going around the clock, just for the sound. The woods no longer felt empty. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt them. Always just out of sight, just beyond the trees. Then, on the 17th night, I saw him. It was almost 4 a.m. I'd given up on sleep and was sitting at the table with a blanket around my shoulders, staring at the door. I hadn't unbolted it in 2 days. I'd been using a bucket inside instead of going to the spring. I hadn't stepped off the porch at all. That night, the moon was gone, and it was pitch black outside. No wind, no snow, just dead cold. I heard the sound, light, deliberate footsteps outside. Not an animal. Too steady. Then the crunch of someone stepping onto the porch. I didn't move. I held my breath. The footsteps paused. Then I heard the lightest sound of pressure on the door. Not a knock, just testing it. Then silence. I sat there for 10 minutes, staring at the bolt. Nothing. I finally stood, moved to the side window, and pulled the corner of the plywood shutter back just enough to look out. He was standing 10 feet from the cabin. Not moving, not walking, just standing there. A man, medium height. I couldn't see his face. He wore dark clothes, a coat, maybe a hood. No light, no weapon that I could see. He didn't move, just stood, staring at the cabin. I ducked away from the window and waited. I didn't know what else to do. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, I looked again. He was gone. I packed the next morning. I didn't care about the rental agreement. I didn't care about my project. I threw everything in the car and didn't even check to make sure it was all there. I just drove, fast, I hit the road hard enough to dent the undercarriage. I didn't stop until I reached Fort Collins, then got a motel. I didn't tell anyone. Not the cops, not the cabin owner. What could I say? That someone watched me at night? That someone came into the cabin without a sound? Back in Missouri, I tried to return to work. I lasted 3 months before I quit. The stress never went away. I started double-checking my doors every night. I bought cameras. I moved apartments twice. I haven't gone camping or hiking since. That spring, I tried to revisit the website where I found the cabin listing. The site was gone. Not taken down, completely gone. I searched for the name of the owner. Nothing. I searched the parcel records for the coordinates I wrote down. The land wasn't listed under any name I recognized. I don't know who that man was or why he was there. I don't know how long he had been watching me, or if he was living out there somewhere. Maybe he just liked the thrill of it, getting close without being seen. But I know this much, he was real, and I was never alone in that cabin. The year was 1998. I had just turned 28. I decided to take a break from the city and rent a small cabin in the mountains of Southern Oregon. I'd been working a stressful office job in Portland for years, and the noise, the endless deadlines, and the crowds were getting to me. I wanted something simple, quiet, and isolated. I found a small cabin on the edge of the Umpqua National Forest, a few miles off a gravel road, surrounded by thick pines and fir trees. The place was owned by a small family who rented it out during the summer and fall. I booked it for a week in late October, hoping to spend my time hiking, reading, and just disconnecting. When I arrived, it was a gray, overcast afternoon. The gravel road was bumpy and full of potholes, but it was quiet except for the crunch of my tires. The cabin was small, maybe 500 square feet. It had a single room with a wood stove, a small kitchen corner, a table, and a loft bedroom above. The front porch looked out over a slope that led down to a shallow creek. The trees were already starting to lose their leaves, and the ground was wet from recent rain. The owner, an older man, handed me the keys and gave me a quick rundown of how the stove worked and where the water came from, a well with an old hand pump. He warned me that the nearest store was about 30 miles away and that cell service was spotty at best. No internet, no TV, just silence and nature. I liked that. The first day, I unpacked my things, stacked some firewood near the stove, and went for a short hike down by the creek. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. I found some wild mushrooms growing near a fallen tree and took pictures with my old film camera. The forest was alive with birds, squirrels, and the occasional rustling of something larger in the distance. I wasn't scared. I felt free. That night, after building a fire in the stove, I ate some canned soup and read a paperback novel by flashlight. The quiet was so complete that I could hear my own breathing. The creaks and pops of the old cabin settling were normal, I told myself. I went to bed early, the thin mattress in the loft creaking under me. The next few days passed in a peaceful routine. Morning hikes, gathering firewood, cooking simple meals, and reading by the stove. The weather was mostly gray, with occasional rain that soaked the forest and made the dirt trails slippery. I kept my small radio on low volume to hear news from the city, but no cell phone or internet signals came through. On the fourth day, as I was hiking along a narrow trail beside the creek, I noticed something strange. About 50 yards ahead, near a cluster of mossy rocks, there was a pair of old boots, worn and covered in mud. They looked like hunting boots, maybe a size or two bigger than mine. I thought it was odd, since no one else should have been around. The trail was hardly used. I paused, looking for signs of whoever left them. There were no footprints visible except my own. The boots were just sitting there, as if someone had taken them off and left them behind. A little deeper in the forest, I noticed broken branches and flattened grass, as if someone had been moving through there recently. I felt a little uneasy but didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe the boots were old, abandoned by someone camping nearby. That evening, I locked the cabin door tightly before bed and set a small knife on the table next to me, just in case. I knew it was silly to worry. After all, I was alone in the middle of nowhere, miles from any road or town. Who would come here? But the feeling wouldn't leave me. The fifth day, during a morning walk, I found more signs. Fresh footprints near the cabin, large and heavy, muddy and deep. They circled the cabin, sometimes near the back door where the latch was old and loose. I checked the door, it was still locked from inside, the latch secure. The footprints looked like they had been made within hours. The forest was quiet except for the occasional crow. I gathered some rocks and stacked them near the back door, intending to wedge something to make it harder to open. I was trying to stay calm, but I felt a creeping sense of being watched. That night, I barely slept. Every noise outside, the wind brushing through the trees, a distant owl, the occasional snap of a branch, set me on edge. I kept the fire going in the stove, so the cabin was warm and flickering orange inside. I sat in a chair facing the window, watching the dark woods beyond. Around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. I held my breath. Then, a soft scrape against the side of the cabin, like a fingernail or a stick being dragged. I gripped the knife tighter. The footsteps moved around to the front porch. A faint knocking, 3 knocks, slow and spaced out. I didn't answer. I stayed silent, my heart pounding. The knocking stopped. I waited for what felt like hours before I heard nothing but the forest sounds again. By morning, the footprints had disappeared. There was no sign of anyone. The boots were still there near the creek. I decided I needed to leave early the next day. The feeling of being watched, the footsteps, the knocking, it was too much. I packed up, even though I had a few days left on the rental. The quiet I had sought had turned into something else entirely. Fear. The next morning, as I drove away down the gravel road, I glanced back one last time. The cabin looked small and harmless, but I knew I'd never forget those nights. No ghosts, no monsters. Just someone out there, close enough to make me feel vulnerable and alone. Back in the city, I locked my apartment door and never went back to the cabin. I changed jobs soon after and moved to a different part of town. Sometimes, when I walk in the woods near my home, I wonder who is watching me in those Oregon mountains. Maybe a hunter, maybe someone with bad intentions. But I never found out. The fear taught me something important. The wilderness isn't just quiet beauty. It can be unpredictable and dangerous, especially when someone else shares the space with you without you knowing. I still go hiking, but I make sure I'm never truly alone anymore. I remember the summer of 2012 like it was yesterday, even though it's been more than a decade now. I was 28 then, working a regular desk job in a small town in northern Michigan called Grayling. The kind of place where everybody knows each other's business but mostly keeps to themselves. I was burnt out, restless, and wanted to get away for a while, so I planned a solo trip to a remote cabin I found online. It was advertised as a quiet getaway nestled deep in the Huron National Forest, far from roads, neighbors, and the noise of the city. The cabin was owned by a family who rented it out during the summer months. The pictures online showed a small, old wooden cabin, probably built in the 1940s, with peeling paint and a rusty metal roof, sitting on a hill surrounded by tall pine trees and a few oaks. There was a small creek nearby, according to the description, and a hiking trail that led down to a lake about a mile away. No cell service, no internet. Just me, the forest, and silence. Exactly what I needed. I arrived late on a Friday afternoon, driving my beat-up old Honda along gravel roads that got narrower and bumpier as I went deeper into the forest. By the time I turned onto the last dirt path leading to the cabin, the sun was already starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. The air smelled fresh, piney, and earthy. It was a different kind of quiet out here, the kind that presses against your ears, making you notice every tiny sound, from the crunch of gravel under your tires to the occasional bird call or rustling leaves. The cabin sat exactly as the photos showed. The porch had a couple of creaky wooden chairs, a rusty screen door, and a single hanging light bulb that barely worked. I grabbed my bag and a cooler from the car and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of old wood, mothballs, and something faintly musty, like it had been closed up for a while. It was sparsely furnished. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a tiny fridge, a round wooden table with 2 chairs, and a living area with a worn-out couch and an old armchair. The bedroom was a single room with a double bed, an old dresser, and a small window overlooking the forest. I unpacked, set up some candles and a lantern for light since the power here was limited to a solar panel that only worked during the day, and started a small fire in the wood stove. The cabin was freezing when I arrived, despite it being summer, because the thick trees blocked most of the sunlight, and the nights here got cold fast. As night fell, I made myself some dinner, canned soup heated on the stove, and settled in with a book. The silence was comforting at first, but as the hours passed, it became almost overwhelming. Outside, I could hear the occasional hoot of an owl, the snap of a twig somewhere off in the dark, and the wind whispering through the trees. I reminded myself that these were normal sounds in the forest, nothing to be afraid of. But then, sometime after midnight, the sounds changed. I was just getting ready to go to bed when I heard a faint scratching noise outside the cabin. It was soft at first, like nails scraping on wood, coming from the direction of the porch. I froze. The scratching stopped. I waited, heart pounding. Then it started again, a bit louder this time, more urgent. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and walked slowly to the door. Peeking outside, I could see nothing but darkness and the thick shadows of trees. No animals, no movement. I switched on the porch light. The beam cut through the black, lighting up the wooden steps and the dirt path beyond. Nothing. No signs of footprints or anything disturbed on the porch either. I shrugged it off as maybe a raccoon or some other animal looking for food. But the scratching sound came back, now from the other side of the cabin near a small pile of firewood stacked against the wall. I took the flashlight and carefully walked around, scanning the woodpile and the bushes beyond. Nothing was there. The firewood was dry and old, and the bushes were still. The scratching stopped again. Feeling uneasy but trying to stay rational, I locked the door, closed the curtains, and went back inside. I told myself it was just the forest at night, animals and the wind playing tricks on me. I put on a sweater and settled near the stove, trying to warm up. Around 2 a.m., the noise returned. This time it wasn't scratching. It was footsteps. Slow, heavy, deliberate footsteps around the cabin. I sat frozen, listening as the steps circled the building, stopping briefly in places, then moving again. The wooden porch creaked under weight, and faint thumps echoed against the walls. My mind raced. Who could be out there at this hour? The cabin was so isolated that no one would just walk here casually. I didn't have cell service to call anyone. Panic started to creep in. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer and kept the flashlight close. I opened a window just a crack to listen better. The footsteps stopped right outside the window. I could hear breathing, heavy, slow, close. My hands trembled. I turned off the porch light to avoid drawing attention. Then, suddenly, a loud bang on the cabin wall made me jump. It wasn't gentle. It sounded like someone had thrown a heavy object against the wood. I pulled back from the window and crouched down, heart thudding. The banging repeated 3 more times, loud and hard, right next to the door. I realized whoever it was trying to get in. The logical part of me screamed to run, but the front door was the only exit, and it was right where the noise was coming from. The back window looked out onto thick forest and a steep hill. I didn't know if I could find my way in the dark, and the uneven ground could make me trip and fall. I thought about the car, but it was about a 10-minute walk back down the dirt road, and I wasn't sure I could get there without being seen or followed. I grabbed my phone anyway and walked cautiously to the door. No signal. Of course. The banging stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was worse, pressed on me like a physical weight. Then, from the other side of the cabin, I heard the footsteps retreating slowly into the woods. I kept the door locked and bolted until dawn. Morning brought relief and light. I ventured outside carefully, flashlight in hand, even though the sun was rising. There were no footprints near the porch, only some broken branches and crushed grass a few feet into the forest. The firewood pile was disturbed. Some logs were shifted. One had a long scratch along the side, like a claw mark. I stayed inside the rest of the day, locked all windows and doors, and made sure to have my knife and flashlight nearby. The night came again, and this time I stayed awake all night, listening to the quiet forest, ready for anything. Nothing came. When morning arrived, I packed up and left immediately. I told no one about what happened, thinking maybe I was just imagining things, or maybe a drunk hunter or camper trying to scare me off. Years later, I learned from a local ranger that the area was known for occasional break-ins and thefts targeting isolated cabins. The police had several reports of people sneaking in at night, looking for valuables or shelter, sometimes causing damage. I never returned to that cabin, but the feeling of being watched, of someone just outside waiting and watching in the dark, stayed with me for a long time after. It made me realize how vulnerable you can feel alone in the wilderness, even without ghosts or monsters, just real people with bad intentions. That summer taught me to respect the silence of the forest, but also to trust my instincts when something feels wrong, and to always be prepared when you step far away from civilization. I remember the whole trip like it was yesterday, even though it happened almost 4 years ago. I was 29 then, living in northern Vermont, working a regular job as a data analyst at a small company. Nothing about my life was extraordinary. I wasn't the type to chase adventure or thrills. I liked routine, quiet places, and most weekends were spent at home or hanging out with close friends. But that fall, I decided I needed to get away from everything, to have some time to myself in the woods. Maybe it was the stress at work or just feeling burned out from the constant noise of city life, but I thought a weekend alone in a cabin would be perfect. I found a small cabin for rent online called Pine Ridge Cabin, about 2 hours outside of Burlington, set deep in the woods near a little town named Sheffield. The place was modest, nothing fancy. It was advertised as rustic but comfortable. A one-room cabin with a wood stove, a small kitchen area, and a loft bedroom. No cell service, no internet, just pure quiet and nature. It seemed perfect for what I wanted. The owner was an older guy who told me I'd find the cabin at the end of a gravel road and that I should bring everything I needed since the nearest store was miles away. I packed up on a Friday morning in late October. The trees were already turning fiery red, orange, and yellow, and the air was crisp with that unmistakable chill of approaching winter. I drove the long highway north, then turned onto a narrow country road that led into the hills. As I got closer to the cabin, the trees grew thicker, the air quieter. It felt like the world was shrinking down to just me and the forest. The gravel road was bumpy and winding. I had to slow down to avoid skidding over loose stones. After about 20 minutes, I spotted a faded wooden sign that said Pine Ridge Cabin and a narrow path that led off the road. The driveway was long and lined with old pine trees that cast long shadows even in the afternoon light. The cabin itself was simple. It looked older but well cared for. The wood was dark with age, and smoke curled gently from the chimney. I felt a strange relief as I stepped out of my car and breathed the fresh air, the smell of pine needles and damp earth filling my lungs. Inside, the cabin was cozy but sparse. There was a single chair by the wood stove, a small table, and a tiny kitchen corner with a propane stove and a small fridge. The loft bedroom was reached by a narrow wooden ladder and had just enough space for a mattress. No fancy decorations, just a few old books on a shelf and a dusty lamp. I unpacked my things quietly, lit a fire in the stove, and settled in. The silence was deep but not empty. It was the kind of quiet that makes you aware of every little noise, the creaking of wood, the soft whistle of wind outside, the occasional tap of a twig against the window. That first night was mostly uneventful. I ate some canned soup, read a little, and went to bed early. The mattress was hard, the loft cramped, but I was too tired to care. The only thing I noticed was how dark it got without city lights. I could see the stars through the window, clearer than I ever had before. But around midnight, I woke up to a strange sound. It was faint at first, a soft rustling outside, like something moving in the bushes near the cabin. I froze for a moment, listening. The rustling grew louder, closer. It wasn't the wind or an animal I was used to hearing. It was deliberate, slow steps breaking dry leaves and twigs. I tried to convince myself it was just a deer or maybe a raccoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was near. The cabin's thin walls did little to block the noise. My heart started to race. I reached for the flashlight on the bedside table but hesitated. What if it was a person? What if someone was out there trying to get in? I stayed still and silent, hoping whatever it was would go away. The steps stopped just outside the cabin. Then, after a long pause, they moved away slowly, crunching through the leaves again, going into the deeper woods. I didn't sleep much after that. Every small noise made me jump. I kept the fire going in the stove, the warm glow a small comfort in the dark. Morning felt like a relief, but I was on edge. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The forest was beautiful in the daylight. Tall trees with red and gold leaves, small patches of moss-covered rocks, and a thin creek that ran nearby. I walked slowly, taking in the quiet, trying to shake the nervous feeling from the night before. I noticed something odd. Not far from the cabin, there were signs that someone else had been there recently. Footprints in the soft mud near the creek, pieces of torn cloth caught on branches, and a small pile of broken branches arranged in a rough circle. It looked like someone had tried to make a shelter or a campfire, but no one was there now. I thought about leaving right then, but I had driven too far to turn back so soon, and there was no way to contact anyone even if I wanted help. That night, I locked the cabin door carefully, double-checked the windows, and put a heavy chair against the door just in case. I sat by the fire, trying to read, but my mind kept wandering to the noises outside. Around 11 p.m., the rustling came again. This time, it was accompanied by low grunts and thudding sounds, like someone moving through thick brush or dragging something heavy. I grabbed my old hunting knife from the kitchen drawer. Not that I was skilled with it, but it made me feel less helpless. The noises stopped again right outside the door. I sat completely still, barely breathing. Then, slowly, a faint scratching sound began at the door, like nails scraping wood. I don't know how long it lasted. Felt like hours. The scratching stopped suddenly, and everything went quiet. I stayed awake until dawn, staring at the door. The next morning, I found deep scratches on the wooden door, claw marks that looked fresh. I checked the perimeter of the cabin. There were more footprints, larger than mine and not like any animal tracks I knew. They circled the cabin twice before disappearing into the forest. I called the owner using the only spot I had cell service near the edge of the driveway. I told him about the marks and sounds. He sounded calm but told me that sometimes hunters or campers passed through the area and left signs behind. He assured me the cabin was safe and that wildlife rarely bothered visitors. But I wasn't so sure. That afternoon, I kept the fire going and stayed mostly inside. I even barricaded the windows with wooden planks I found in the small shed nearby. That night, the sounds were worse. There was a heavy thump on the roof, like something large landing on the cabin. Then scratching on the walls, and low growls I couldn't identify. I stayed in the loft, knife in hand, heart pounding. Every few minutes, the roof would creak and groan under weight that moved slowly. Suddenly, a loud crash shook the cabin. I heard splintering wood and glass breaking downstairs. I scrambled down the ladder, trying to stay calm, and grabbed a metal poker from the stove. The front window had been shattered, the glass jagged and sharp. Outside, in the dark, I saw a large shadow retreating into the trees. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was bigger than any animal I knew in the area. My mind raced with possibilities. A bear, a moose, or maybe even a group of trespassers. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the stove, wide awake. I didn't sleep again that weekend. The next morning, I decided to pack up and leave early. I loaded my things quickly, checked the cabin once more, and locked up as best I could. As I drove away down the gravel road, I glanced back one last time. The cabin looked small and fragile among the tall trees, like a toy house left alone in a big forest. When I got back to town, I told a few locals about my experience. Some nodded knowingly. One older man said the area was known for a pack of wild dogs or wolves that had become aggressive over the years. Hunters avoided the area, and people sometimes disappeared or got hurt if they wandered too far. That explained the scratches, the growls, and the heavy thumps on the roof. Not ghosts or monsters, just real wild animals behaving as wild animals do. Dangerous, unpredictable, and territorial. I never went back to Pine Ridge Cabin. I learned that sometimes nature is scarier than any ghost story because it doesn't care about you. It's indifferent and can be deadly if you're not careful. I kept my weekend there a secret for a long time, embarrassed that I was so scared. But looking back, it was a lesson. The woods are beautiful and peaceful during the day, but at night, they remind you how small and vulnerable you really are. I never thought I'd find myself in a situation like that. It started as a simple trip, a chance to get away from everything for a few days and just breathe. I was tired of the constant noise of the city, the endless buzz of work emails, phone calls, and the crowded streets of Boston where I lived. So I rented a small cabin up near Lake Willoughby in northern Vermont, a quiet, mostly forgotten corner of the world. I was 29 years old then, healthy, and ready to be alone. The cabin was modest, old but sturdy, nestled deep in the pine woods a good 2 miles from the nearest road. There was no cell phone service. That was part of the appeal. The owner promised quiet, a chance to disconnect. I packed enough food and water for a week, took my old backpacking gear, and drove north. The road grew narrower and bumpier the closer I got, and then it ended at a tiny dirt parking lot. From there, a trail led into the woods, a narrow path barely visible between the trees. The walk to the cabin was about 40 minutes, maybe less if you hurried. The trees towered above me, mostly firs and pines, the scent of sap and earth thick in the air. I remember that feeling, like the woods were swallowing me up as I moved deeper in. The sun filtered through the branches, making shadows dance on the ground. It was beautiful. I kept thinking how quiet it was, how real silence sounded without traffic or people. When I reached the cabin, it looked even smaller than in the pictures online. A simple wooden shack, painted dark green, with a little porch and a rusty screen door. The windows were small and dusty. Inside, there was a wood stove, a tiny kitchen with a cold water tap, and a single bedroom with a creaky cot. No electricity, just a battery-powered lantern. The cabin smelled of old wood and something else I couldn't place. Maybe the forest itself, mixed with years of dust and mildew. I unpacked my bags, stacked firewood near the stove, and lit a fire. The cabin quickly warmed, and the soft crackle of the flames was soothing. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees. I made myself some instant coffee and settled down to read. My only company, the sound of the fire and the occasional bird call outside. The first day passed peacefully. I took a short hike to the lake, found a small clearing with smooth rocks where I sat for a long time, watching the water ripple. No one was around. No voices. No signs of people. Just me and the woods. That night, I went to bed early. The cabin was darker than I expected. The only light, the weak glow of the moon through the curtains. The silence was almost complete except for the occasional creak of the cabin settling or the distant call of an owl. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why. There was a sound, faint but definite, like someone moving outside. I lay still, heart pounding. The cabin's thin walls didn't block much. The sound came from the back, near the shed where I kept extra firewood. My mind raced. Could it be an animal? A deer, or maybe a bear, or someone else? I stayed awake for a long time, eyes fixed on the window. The moonlight barely lit the forest beyond the clearing. The sound came again, a soft rustling, like footsteps on dry leaves. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some other animal, but the feeling of being watched crawled under my skin. The next day, I searched the area near the shed, but found nothing unusual. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing disturbed. I told myself it was my imagination, but that night the noises returned, louder, more distinct, footsteps pacing just outside, slow and deliberate. I was scared. I kept the fire burning all night, staring out into the dark, waiting for something to appear, but nothing did. Over the next few days, the sense of being watched grew. I noticed things out of place. The firewood stack knocked over, the screen door slightly open when I was sure I closed it tight, footprints in the soft earth around the cabin. Too large and heavy to be mine, and definitely not animal prints. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe a hunter or hiker had come too close. But there were no other cabins nearby, no signs of people. One afternoon, I took a longer hike to clear my head. The trail was quiet, the forest dense. On my way back, I found fresh footprints in the mud, too close to the cabin for comfort. I followed them cautiously and found a clearing about 100 feet behind the cabin, where a makeshift campsite had been set up. Someone had built a small fire pit, left scraps of food wrappers and discarded cans. The site looked abandoned, but it was recent. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I wanted to leave, but I had no cell phone signal to call for help or even check the weather forecast. My car was 2 miles away, and the trail back was long and steep. That night, I locked the cabin door as best I could with a piece of wood wedged against it. I stayed awake until the fire was just embers. Then I dozed, half alert. At about 2 a.m., I heard footsteps again, slow and heavy, circling the cabin. Then something scraped against the wooden wall near the porch. I sat up, heart hammering, eyes wide in the dark. The shadows outside seemed to shift and move. Then the footsteps stopped. The silence after that was even worse. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. At dawn, I decided I had to leave immediately. I packed my things quickly, loading the backpack and grabbing the firewood I'd stacked. I left the cabin door open and hurried down the trail. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves had me spinning around. I kept hearing footsteps behind me, but when I stopped, there was nothing. Back at the car, I locked the doors and sat inside for a long time, shaking, heart still racing. I didn't want to go back to the cabin. I didn't even want to tell anyone where I had been. When I finally drove away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing there on the trail watching me go. I never went back to that cabin. I returned the keys to the rental company and told them I didn't want to stay there again. They didn't ask many questions, and I didn't offer many answers. It was easier that way. Later, I researched the area quietly. I found out that the woods around Lake Willoughby had a history of illegal activity, poaching, drug use, sometimes people hiding out to avoid police. I wasn't surprised. The campsite I found behind the cabin was likely used by someone living off the grid, maybe running from the law or just trying to stay hidden. The footsteps, the noises, the feeling of being watched, they were all real. There was someone or something out there, not a ghost or spirit, but a person, a dangerous person. I've been more careful since then. I still love the outdoors, but I always check the history of a place before I stay. I make sure I have a way to communicate. I don't go far off the beaten path without telling someone where I am. That trip taught me a lesson. The wilderness isn't always peaceful. Sometimes it's full of people you don't want to meet, and silence can hide the worst kind of threats. Now, when I think back, I realize how lucky I was. I left before anything worse happened. I never saw who was out there, but I knew they were real, and that was enough. I was 34 the first time I decided to rent a cabin in the woods alone. It was October 2018. I had just quit my job at a marketing firm in Chicago and wanted to finally work on the novel I kept telling people I'd write. I needed isolation, no emails, no texts, no coworkers, no noise. Just me and my laptop. I found the place online, listed under a site for off-grid vacation rentals. The photos showed an old wooden cabin tucked between dense pine trees, with a small wood stove and a creek running nearby. It was located about 2 hours southeast of Eugene, Oregon. The owner claimed there was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, and no power, just propane for basic lights and a gas stove for cooking. That was exactly what I wanted. I booked the cabin for 4 weeks. I figured a full month would be enough to get deep into the book and maybe even finish a rough draft. I didn't tell many people I was going. I gave my brother the location in case of emergency, but that was it. I packed enough food to last a month, mostly canned goods, rice, beans, pasta, coffee, and oatmeal. I also brought a solar charger for my laptop and flashlight batteries. My car was a reliable Subaru Forester that I had serviced the week before. The drive to the cabin was smooth at first, but after I passed a small logging town called Oak Ridge, the paved road narrowed, then turned to gravel, and finally became a dirt path barely wide enough for one vehicle. I remember seeing signs nailed to trees that read, "Private property, no hunting, and no trespassing." I stayed on the route the owner gave me, which followed a creek bed up into the forest for another 3 miles. When I finally saw the cabin, it was late afternoon. The sun had dipped low, and golden light filtered through the trees. The place looked exactly like the photos. Small, wooden, and weathered but sturdy. It sat in a small clearing about 50 yards from the creek, surrounded on all sides by dense pine and fir. There was a fire pit out front, a narrow porch with a rocking chair, and a thick iron bar across the front door like an old saloon. The key was in a lockbox, just like the owner said. Inside was simple. One large room with a bed on one side and a desk near the only window. The stove, a few cabinets, and a sink with a pump handle were in the corner. There was a composting toilet in a separate shed behind the cabin and a hand-dug well with a manual pump. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. The first few days were peaceful. I woke up with the sun, made coffee, and wrote for hours. The silence was deep and pure. No hum of electricity, no passing cars, no voices. Just the sound of the wind in the trees and the steady trickle of the creek. Felt like I had stepped back in time. I started a routine. Morning coffee, writing until noon, then a walk along the creek or into the trees. I would sometimes climb a ridge nearby that offered a view of the forest below. In the evenings, I made simple meals and read by lantern light. At night, the dark was absolute. No distant cities or towns. Just pitch black and the sound of insects or wind. It was around the 5th night that I first started to feel uneasy. I chalked it up to nerves. Being alone in the woods, no lights, no neighbors. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of something moving outside. I froze in bed. It wasn't the wind. It was slow, deliberate crunches on dry leaves and twigs. A two-legged rhythm. Not an animal. I held my breath. The sound moved past the cabin and disappeared. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I looked for tracks but found nothing. I told myself it could have been a deer walking oddly, or maybe I had imagined it half asleep. Still, I kept the axe closer to the bed that night. By the 2nd week, I noticed small things had changed around the cabin. A few times, I found the porch chair turned slightly or the firewood stack shifted. Nothing major, but I knew I hadn't done it. One afternoon, I returned from a walk and found my water pail knocked over, though I had left it upright on the porch. It bothered me enough that I started bringing everything inside at night. Pail, axe, flashlight. That 3rd week, the sense of being watched grew stronger. I could feel it. I'd be writing at the desk and suddenly stop, my spine tingling. I turned to the window, but there was nothing, just trees and shadows. During one of my hikes, I swore I saw movement in the woods, someone ducking behind a tree. I stood there, heart racing, scanning the trunks, but saw nothing. I returned early that day. I considered leaving early, but I hadn't finished the book, and I kept telling myself it was just paranoia. I had read too many survival stories and true crime books. The mind plays tricks, especially when you're alone too long. Then came the 4th week. On a cold, gray morning, I woke up to find muddy boot prints on the porch. I hadn't left the cabin since the day before, and the prints were fresh. I stared at them for a long time. They led up to the door, then around the side toward the outhouse. I grabbed the axe and followed them slowly. They disappeared into the woods. No return tracks. I stayed inside all that day. I locked the door, kept the axe by my side, and barely wrote a word. My heart pounded at every noise. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I walked around the cabin again. I found more signs. A small piece of rope I hadn't brought. A crushed cigarette but near the fire pit. That night, I pushed the dresser in front of the door and stayed awake with the axe in my lap. At dawn, I finally made the decision to leave. I packed fast, just enough to fill my backpack. I planned to hike out the dirt road to where I had parked the car about a 1/4 mile down, near a flat clearing where the road was wider. But when I got to the car, the rear tire was slashed. A deep knife cut through the sidewall. I stood there staring at it. The sun was barely up, and the woods were quiet. I hadn't heard a sound all night, yet someone had come here while I was inside. I had a small air compressor in the back, but it was useless. The tire was ruined. I got back in the cabin, locked the door, and tried to figure out what to do. My satellite phone wasn't working properly. I had brought it as a backup, but it had fallen in the creek 2 weeks ago and hadn't powered on since. I had no way to call anyone. I considered hiking out. The nearest house or town was at least 10 miles away, and I didn't know the exact route without the map, which I had foolishly left in the car the night before. Still, I decided I couldn't stay. Before I left, I took one last walk around the cabin. That's when I saw the final sign. Near the edge of the trees, where the trail disappeared, I found a small wooden carving nailed to a tree. It looked like a bird with no eyes, roughly carved from driftwood or scrap. I hadn't seen it before. It wasn't there days earlier. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been walking this land. Someone didn't want me here. I hiked out with a knife in one hand and the axe in the other, scanning every shadow. I didn't rest. I kept going until I found the gravel road, then followed it downhill for hours until I finally reached a paved road. By pure luck, a truck came by late that afternoon, an older man hauling firewood. I waved him down, breathless, filthy, my legs shaking. He gave me a ride back into Oak Ridge without asking questions. I called the police once I reached town. They sent someone up later that day, but the report didn't turn up much. They found the boot prints, the cigarette butt, and the slashed tire. The carving on the tree was still there, but no person, no clear evidence, just signs. They figured it was a squatter or maybe someone who didn't want me on their land. Not enough to arrest anyone. They offered to have a tow company retrieve my car, which they did the next day. I never went back. I didn't finish the book. I tried to keep writing in the months that followed, but my focus was gone. I kept replaying things. How long had I been watched? Did they ever come inside while I was gone? How close had I come to being hurt? Or worse? I moved back to Chicago and took another office job, something quieter, predictable. I still write sometimes, but never in the woods. The strange part is this: I still think about going back. Not to that cabin, but somewhere else. Somewhere remote. There's something addictive about the silence, the solitude. But I know now how quickly peace can turn into danger. I know what it feels like to sense someone just outside your window, waiting. And if I hadn't left when I did, I might not be here to write this at all. It was the fall of 2013 when I decided to spend a weekend alone at a cabin in the woods of northern Vermont. I had turned 29 that year, and after a hard, stressful summer working as a mechanic in a small town, I wanted to get away from everything. My plan was simple: escape the noise, the people, and the constant pressure of my job. I wanted silence. I wanted peace. Most of all, I wanted to be by myself in a quiet place where I could think clearly and breathe without distraction. I found the cabin online, a small wooden building about 10 miles from the nearest town, nestled deep in the Green Mountains. The pictures showed a simple one-room cabin with a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a rough but comfortable bed. No electricity, no internet, no cell phone signal. Just the wilderness and me. The price was cheap, and the reviews said the owner was reliable and the place was clean. I didn't want anything fancy, just 4 walls and a roof over my head. I left on a Friday afternoon after work. The drive was long, winding through narrow roads lined with thick pine and maple trees already dressed in autumn colors. The air smelled like damp earth and fallen leaves. It was quiet, except for the hum of the engine and the occasional bird call. The cabin was on a dirt road, barely wide enough for a single truck. I drove slowly, hoping I wouldn't get stuck. When I finally reached the clearing, the sun was just starting to dip below the mountains, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The cabin looked exactly like in the photos. Weathered wood, a small porch with a couple of old chairs, and a chimney that promised warmth inside. I parked and grabbed my bags. The air was crisp and cold, and I could hear the sound of a nearby stream trickling somewhere not far away. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled like wood smoke and a faint mustiness from being closed all summer. I dropped my bags on the floor and walked around, inspecting everything carefully. The wood stove sat in one corner with a stack of dry logs beside it. There was a small metal sink, a couple of shelves with basic dishes, a lantern hanging from a hook, and a pile of firewood on the porch. The windows were small but let in enough light to see by. I unpacked my clothes and supplies, then started a fire in the stove. The dry wood caught quickly, and soon the room filled with warm orange light and the sound of crackling flames. I pulled a blanket over the chair and sat down, feeling the warmth seep into my bones. I was alone, just like I wanted. No sounds of cars, no voices, no buzzing phones. Just me, the fire, and the forest. That first night, I slept well. The bed creaked under me, but it was comfortable enough. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and I could hear the distant howl of a coyote. I wasn't afraid. It was just nature. I felt safe in this isolated place. The next morning, I woke to pale sunlight filtering through the curtains. I ate a simple breakfast of canned beans and bread, boiled water on the stove for coffee, and planned my day. I wanted to hike a nearby trail that the cabin owner mentioned in a note on the table. It was about 2 miles away, a loop that led to a small waterfall and some scenic overlooks. I packed a small day bag with water, some snacks, a flashlight, a map, and my phone, though I wasn't expecting any signal. I wore my hiking boots and a jacket. The air was cool but pleasant. The trailhead was easy to find, just a short walk from the cabin down a narrow dirt path. The woods were alive with color. Red, gold, and orange leaves blanketed the ground, and the trees arched overhead like a tunnel. The air smelled fresh, and the sounds of birds and insects surrounded me. At first, the hike was peaceful and beautiful. I moved at a steady pace, enjoying the solitude. The path was well marked but narrow, winding through thick underbrush and over roots and rocks. I stopped often to take pictures or just look around. The forest felt alive, and I felt part of it. About halfway through the loop, I reached the waterfall. It was small but charming, water cascading over moss-covered rocks into a clear pool. I sat on a rock nearby, taking a break, listening to the rush of water and the distant call of a hawk. That's when I first noticed it, the feeling that someone was watching me. It was faint at first, like a shadow at the edge of my vision or a chill down my spine. I looked around but saw nothing, just trees and empty trails. I shrugged it off and kept going. The trail looped back toward the cabin, but as I walked, I noticed something strange. There were broken branches on the ground, as if something heavy had pushed through the underbrush recently. The path looked disturbed in places, with scuffed dirt and crushed leaves. It didn't seem natural. I slowed down, my heart beating a little faster. I scanned the trees carefully, looking for movement or any sign of another person. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet. No birds, no animals, just me and the rustling leaves. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see someone, but nothing appeared. The sun was starting to lower in the sky, and shadows stretched long across the trail. I decided to hurry back. When I reached the cabin, the last light of day was fading. I locked the door behind me and checked all the windows. Everything was as it should be. I started another fire in the stove and made a simple dinner. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside made me tense. I kept the lantern lit and the fire burning low. I thought about what I'd seen on the trail, the broken branches, the disturbed ground. Maybe it was just animals or other hikers, but something felt off. Around midnight, I was woken by a noise outside. It was a slow, deliberate crunching sound on the dirt just beyond the porch. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The sound stopped, then started again, moving closer, then retreating. I sat perfectly still, heart hammering in my chest, staring into the dark window. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and shone it outside, sweeping the beam across the trees. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but I didn't believe it. The steps had been too heavy, too purposeful. Someone had been there. I stayed up the rest of the night, watching and listening. The sounds came again a few times, slow footsteps, branches snapping, the occasional scrape against the cabin's wooden siding. But no one ever came close enough for me to see clearly. Morning came like a relief. I tried to calm myself, thinking I must have been imagining things after a long day alone in the woods. That day, I decided not to hike. I stayed close to the cabin, keeping the doors locked and the fire going. I checked my phone, no signal. I wasn't surprised. The unease didn't go away. In fact, it grew. I noticed footprints in the mud near the cabin. They were big, not from any animal I knew, and definitely not mine. Someone had been close. I thought about calling the owner, but I had no way to reach them. The dirt road was far, and I didn't want to walk to the nearest town alone. On the third night, the noises outside returned with more intensity. This time, I heard slow footsteps circling the cabin, faint voices whispered in the distance, and the unmistakable sound of a door handle being tried. I never slept that night. I stayed awake, gripping a heavy metal flashlight like a weapon, ready for whatever might come through the door. The dawn couldn't come fast enough. When the sun finally rose, I went outside cautiously. The ground around the cabin was trampled, broken branches and leaves scattered everywhere. Footprints circled the building multiple times. Someone had definitely been there all night. I packed quickly, not stopping to eat or rest. I locked the door, threw my bags into the truck, and started the engine. As I drove away, the trees and mountains disappeared behind me, replaced by the familiar roads and small town buildings. I never went back to that cabin. I never called the owner again. I didn't report it to the police because I had no proof, no description, and no idea who or what had been stalking me in those woods. But I knew one thing for sure. The woods had not been empty, and whoever or whatever had been there was watching, waiting. The experience stayed with me for years. I moved away from Vermont, changed jobs, and tried to forget the fear that gripped me in that cabin. But every so often, when I'm alone at night, I can still feel those footsteps just outside my door. I still hear the slow crunch of leaves and twigs in the dark. And I know I was not as alone as I thought. It was the summer of 2012 when I decided to take a break from the constant noise and clutter of city life. I was 29 years old then, living in a small apartment in Denver, Colorado. The hustle of everyday work and the endless buzz of traffic and crowds were getting under my skin. I needed to get away, alone, and clear my head. I wanted a simple trip to a remote cabin, somewhere quiet with no distractions, just nature and silence. I found Pine Ridge Cabin through a local rental listing. It was a small wooden cabin deep in the Colorado Rockies, about a 2-hour drive from town. The photos showed a rustic, weathered cabin surrounded by tall pine trees, a small dirt road leading up to it, and no neighbors in sight. The description promised total privacy and a chance to disconnect from everything. That was exactly what I wanted. The week before the trip, I packed only the essentials. Some canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit, a basic map, a flashlight, my camera, and a small camping stove. I didn't bring any electronics besides my phone, but I expected no signal out there. I was ready for a few days of solitude. I left early on a Thursday morning. The sun was just rising as I drove out of Denver, and the city skyline slowly disappeared behind me. The air grew fresher and cooler as I climbed higher into the mountains. Birds chirped, and the trees swayed gently in the morning breeze. The road turned into a winding gravel path after the last gas station, and I kept driving carefully, watching for any signs marking the cabin. After about an hour on the gravel road, I saw a faded wooden sign that read, "Pine Ridge Cabin, private property." I turned down a narrow path and soon spotted the cabin nestled in a clearing among the tall pines. It looked exactly like the pictures, old but sturdy, with a stone chimney and a small porch with 2 wooden rocking chairs. The windows were dusty but intact. A stack of firewood was piled near the side of the house. I parked my car next to the cabin and stepped outside. The air smelled of pine needles and damp earth. It was quiet except for the rustling of the trees and occasional bird calls, the kind of quiet that fills your ears and makes you notice every little sound. I unlocked the cabin door, which creaked on rusty hinges, and stepped inside. The interior was simple and bare. A small kitchen area with a wood stove, a table, 2 chairs, and a single bed with a worn quilt. A wood-burning fireplace sat in the corner, with a grate filled with cold ashes. There was no electricity, no running water, just an outhouse outside and a well behind the cabin for water. I unpacked my things, setting up my food on the table and filling a large water bottle from the well. I stoked the fire in the stove and warmed up a can of soup for lunch. The cabin smelled like old wood and dust, but it was cozy. I opened a window to let in fresh air and sat on the porch for a while, watching the sunlight filter through the trees. The day passed slowly. I hiked a short trail nearby, took some pictures of the landscape, and collected kindling for a fire later. The sun began to lower behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the forest. I built a fire outside in the fire pit near the cabin and cooked a simple dinner of canned chili. The flames crackled, and the heat was comforting. As darkness fell, the forest changed. The sounds of birds faded, replaced by the hoot of an owl and the rustle of small animals moving in the underbrush. The moon was just a sliver, and stars filled the sky. I sat by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, feeling a peaceful kind of loneliness. Later, I went inside to sleep. The cabin felt cold and still. I closed the windows and locked the door, then lay down on the bed with my flashlight by the bedside. The silence was almost complete, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig outside or the distant call of an animal. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. At first, I thought it was just a dream, but the feeling was sharp and real. A sense that someone or something was near the cabin. The hairs on my arms stood up. I listened closely. Outside the window, I heard a soft crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. I sat up quietly, careful not to make noise. The flashlight was just out of reach, and the cabin was pitch dark. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again, moving slowly around the cabin's perimeter. I felt a cold knot of fear settle in my stomach. Whoever or whatever it wasn't a bear or normal wildlife. Those move fast or make noise in bursts. This was slow and deliberate. I wanted to call out, but I knew it wouldn't help. I grabbed my flashlight and switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness, sweeping over the cabin's small yard. Nothing. No movement. No shapes. Just the familiar trees standing tall like silent guards. The footsteps started again, circling around. I could hear them clearly now, soft, slow, and close. My heart pounded. I realized I wasn't prepared for this kind of situation. I had no phone signal, no weapon, just my instincts and a flashlight. I decided to stay still and wait. If whoever it was wanted trouble, maybe they'd leave once they realized I was awake. The sounds continued for what felt like an eternity but might have been only 10 minutes. Then, abruptly, the footsteps stopped. The silence returned, heavier than before. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening to every sound, flashlight in hand. When dawn finally came, I cautiously looked outside. The yard was empty, no signs of anyone or anything unusual. But then I noticed the ground. There were footprints around the cabin. Human footprints. Someone had been there, not long ago. I felt a mix of relief and unease. Relief that whoever it was hadn't come inside, and unease because someone had been that close and hadn't introduced themselves. I decided to leave immediately. I packed my things, loaded the car, and started driving back down the mountain. The gravel road felt longer than before, and I kept looking in the rearview mirror. When I finally reached the town and the busy streets of Denver, the noise felt overwhelming but safe. I realized I had underestimated how alone and vulnerable I'd be at the cabin. The wilderness is not just quiet and peaceful. It can be unpredictable and sometimes scary in a very real way. Looking back, the experience taught me a lot about preparation and respect for nature and solitude. The cabin was beautiful and peaceful in daylight, but the night showed me how isolation can open you to dangers you don't expect. It wasn't ghosts or spirits, just another person, or maybe someone watching, that made it all the more real and frightening. I never went back to Pine Ridge Cabin, and I don't think I will. But I keep the memory of that night as a reminder. Sometimes, the scariest things are not the ones we imagine. but the ones that quietly surround us in the dark. It was the summer of 2019 when I decided to spend a weekend alone in a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I needed time away from the city, away from work, from everything that crowded my mind. I was 28 years old then, working in a busy office job in Boston, and the idea of quiet, fresh air, and nature sounded like the perfect escape. I found the cabin online through a small rental website. It was advertised as a rustic, off-grid cabin surrounded by dense forest, with a nearby lake about a mile away. The pictures showed a small wooden building, one room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area, a bed, and a porch. It wasn't fancy, but it looked peaceful and private. No cell service, no internet, just the forest and me. I packed what I thought I'd need: some food, water, a camping stove, matches, extra clothes, a flashlight, a knife, a first aid kit, and a good book. I left on a Friday afternoon after work, drove the 3 hours through winding roads until I reached the gravel path that led to the cabin. The sun was already setting by then, turning the sky orange and pink through the tall pine trees. The last few miles were rough. The road narrowed, with tree branches scraping the sides of the car. I had to slow down to avoid potholes and loose stones. I kept checking the GPS, even though the signal was weak, making sure I was still going the right way. When I finally arrived, the cabin was exactly as the photos showed. A small porch with a wooden bench, a simple wooden door, and windows with faded curtains. The air smelled like pine and earth, fresh but a little damp from recent rain. I parked my car next to the cabin, unloaded my bags, and went inside. The cabin was small, maybe 12 by 15 feet, with rough wooden walls and a dirt floor covered by a thin rug. There was a wood stove against one wall, a small kitchen counter with a sink and some shelves, and a bed in the corner with a thick blanket folded on top. Felt cozy but very basic. After setting down my things, I started a small fire in the stove. It was tricky at first. My matches were damp from the rain, and the wood was old and dry, so it smoked a lot before catching. The cabin quickly warmed up, and the firelight flickered on the wooden walls. I unpacked some food: canned beans, bread, cheese, apples, and a bottle of water. Outside, the forest was quiet except for the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of leaves in the wind. I sat on the porch for a while, watching the last light fade. The sky turned dark blue, and stars started appearing, brighter than I'd ever seen in the city. It felt peaceful, the kind of silence that fills your ears and makes your skin tingle. Inside the cabin, I read my book by the fire until I felt tired. I put out the fire carefully, though it left the cabin chilly. The silence felt heavier at night, deeper somehow. I lay down on the bed, listening to the faint sounds outside: twigs snapping, leaves brushing, maybe small animals moving. The first night passed without incident, though I woke a few times hearing noises just outside the window. It was probably the wind or a raccoon rummaging nearby. I told myself it was nothing to worry about. The next morning, I woke early, the sun streaming through the windows. I brewed some coffee on the camping stove, ate some bread and cheese, and planned to spend the day exploring the woods and the lake. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, a map, and my phone, though I knew it probably wouldn't work. I set off down a narrow path leading into the forest behind the cabin. The trail was overgrown in places but visible, with wildflowers and ferns along the edges. I walked for nearly an hour, enjoying the fresh air and the sounds of birds and insects. The lake was quiet and clear, with smooth stones lining the shore. I sat there for a while, skipping rocks and watching the water ripple. Returning to the cabin, I noticed something odd. My car keys were missing. I distinctly remembered putting them on the kitchen counter before I left. I searched the cabin carefully, checking under the rug, inside the stove area, behind the bed. Nothing. Panic started to build. Without the keys, I wouldn't be able to leave. I tried calling my phone, hoping to hear it ring nearby, but the battery was low, and the signal was still non-existent. I began to retrace my steps outside, looking along the path I took. I walked back and forth several times, scanning the dirt and leaves. After nearly an hour, I had no luck. The sun was beginning to dip again, and I was tired and hungry. I decided to sit on the porch and think. That's when I noticed footprints in the dirt nearby. They were small, maybe a child's, but definitely not animal prints. They circled around the cabin, sometimes near the windows, then back into the trees. My heart sped up. Someone had been near the cabin while I was gone. I checked my phone again. No signal. I thought about walking down the road to find help, but the path was long, and I had no idea how far I could get before dark. The forest was thick, and I wasn't sure I could find the main road easily without the map or GPS. I locked the cabin door and looked through the windows. The shadows between the trees stretched long and dark. I felt a cold chill, the kind that comes from deep fear, not cold air. That night was worse than the first. Every little sound seemed amplified. The crunch of leaves, the snap of twigs, the distant howl of a coyote. I stayed awake for hours, sitting by the fire stove, holding my flashlight and a knife. I kept looking out the windows, watching for any sign of movement. Several times, I thought I saw something, a shadow slipping between the trees, just out of clear view. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the fear was real. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that I was in a public area, and anyone who might be nearby was probably harmless. Still, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Morning came slowly. I was exhausted, but I knew I couldn't stay inside and wait. I had to find my keys or get help. I took the flashlight and stepped outside, scanning the ground carefully. The footprints from the night before were still there, fresh in the morning dew. They led deeper into the woods on one side and towards the road on the other. I followed the trail towards the road, hoping to catch sight of a passing car or someone walking. The path grew steeper and more rugged. After about 45 minutes, I heard the faint sound of an engine in the distance. I quickened my pace, hoping it was a car. The road appeared ahead, and a pickup truck was driving slowly towards me. I waved my arms, hoping the driver would stop. The truck slowed down and pulled over a few feet ahead. A middle-aged man with a weathered face and a baseball cap stepped out. I explained the situation quickly. He nodded and said he lived nearby and would help. He told me his name was Carl, and that the area wasn't heavily populated, but sometimes hikers or campers passed through. He said he'd seen footprints around the cabin recently, possibly kids from a nearby camp or hunters. Carl took me back to the cabin to look for the keys again. We searched the ground thoroughly, checking every nook and cranny. Finally, under a pile of leaves near the porch, we found them. I must have dropped them when I was unloading my bags or walking outside. I thanked him profusely, relief flooding over me like warm sunlight. Carl offered to give me a ride back to the main road, where cell service was better, and I could call someone to pick me up. Before leaving, I asked him about the footprints. He told me to be careful, that the woods could be dangerous, and that sometimes people didn't mean well, especially around isolated places like that cabin. Back on the road, I called a friend from the city to come pick me up. As I waited, I thought about the night I'd spent there. The fear, the loneliness, the sense of being watched. I realized the scariest thing wasn't some ghost or monster, but the isolation and the unknown people who might wander through those woods. The real danger came from being alone and unprepared. When I finally left the forest behind, I felt a strange mix of relief and sadness. The weekend was supposed to be peaceful and restorative, but instead, it was a lesson in how vulnerable we can be when cut off from the world. Since then, I've never gone camping alone in an isolated place without letting someone know exactly where I'm going and when I'll be back. I carry extra keys, a better flashlight, and a GPS device. That trip taught me respect for nature and for the unknown people who share it. And it reminded me that sometimes the scariest stories come not from the supernatural, but from the real world, from things that can happen to anyone if they aren't careful. I remember the first time I decided to take a break from everything and head out to the woods alone. It was the spring of 2017. I was 27 years old, and life in the city had been pressing me down for months. I lived in Columbus, Ohio, working a regular office job with long hours and little to show for it. The constant noise, the endless traffic, the flashing screens. I needed quiet. I needed something real and raw to shake me out of my numbness. So, I looked up some cabins for rent in the Hocking Hills area. I found a small, isolated cabin about 20 miles south of Logan, Ohio. It was nestled deep in the woods, near a small creek, with no neighbors for at least a mile. The pictures showed a simple wooden cabin, with a fireplace, a porch, and a woodpile stacked by the door. The price was right, and it was available for the weekend. I booked it, packed my car with the essentials: food, water, clothes, a first aid kit, and a small toolkit, and drove down late Friday afternoon. The road leading to the cabin was a narrow, winding dirt path surrounded by thick trees and bushes. The last few miles were rough, with potholes and stones scraping the undercarriage of my old sedan. By the time I arrived, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows over the dense forest. The cabin looked just like the pictures, a modest, single-story structure made from logs with a sloping roof and small windows. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped out, the air thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was dimly lit by the fading daylight coming through the windows. Inside, the air smelled faintly of wood smoke and something old, like it had been closed up for a while. The main room was simple: a small kitchen area with a stove and a sink, a wooden table, and a few chairs. In the corner was a fireplace with a stack of firewood beside it. The bedroom was off to the side, just a small room with a twin bed and a dresser. There was a bathroom, too, with a cold running shower. I set down my bags and lit a few candles, then started a fire in the fireplace. The flames crackled and threw shadows on the walls. For the first time in months, I felt a small spark of peace. The first night passed quietly. I slept soundly, wrapped in blankets, the fire slowly dying in the hearth. Outside, the woods were silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the windows. I made coffee on the small stove and sat on the porch, listening to the birds and watching the trees sway in the gentle breeze. Felt good to be disconnected. I spent the day exploring the nearby trails, walking along the creek, and just sitting by the water watching the sunlight flicker on the surface. The air was cool and fresh, and the forest felt alive in a way the city never did. That evening, I cooked some soup over the fire and settled in with a book. The quietness of the cabin was comforting. I could hear nothing but the crackling fire and the occasional snap of a twig outside. But then, as darkness fully settled in, I started noticing little things that unsettled me. The cabin's old floorboards creaked more than I remembered. Outside, the wind picked up and rattled the window panes. At one point, I thought I heard a faint knocking sound on the porch. I told myself it was probably just a branch hitting the wood or an animal moving around. Still, a small part of me felt uneasy. I kept the fire going longer that night and stayed close to the light. On the second day, I decided to gather some firewood. I took my small axe and went to the woodpile behind the cabin. The woods around the cabin were thick and full of undergrowth. I noticed that the trees were mostly tall oaks and maples, their leaves just starting to bud in early spring. As I chopped and stacked the wood, I felt the isolation pressing in on me. The silence was heavy, not peaceful anymore. The shadows between the trees seemed darker, and every little sound made me jump. I reminded myself I was alone but safe. That evening, I tried to shake off the feeling by sitting closer to the fireplace, reading more, and writing in a journal I had brought along. Around 9 p.m., the power went out. It wasn't unexpected. The cabin didn't have reliable electricity, but it still threw me off. The lights had been flickering all day, and the storm that was forecasted had finally rolled in. Outside, the wind howled louder, and rain began to hit the roof in steady drops. I lit more candles, but the shadows seemed to dance more aggressively on the walls. Every crack of thunder made my heart jump. At some point, I thought I heard footsteps outside the cabin, soft but deliberate. I froze, straining my ears. The rain was loud, but the footsteps sounded different, too heavy and too steady for an animal. I told myself I was imagining things, maybe a raccoon or a deer. The woods were alive. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I stayed by the fire, poking the logs and trying to focus on the flickering flames. When the storm finally calmed around midnight, I forced myself to go to bed, locking the door behind me. Sleep was fitful. Every small noise, rain tapping on the windows, creaking floorboards, wind against the trees, kept me half awake. At one point, I thought I heard scratching at the door. I sat up, heart pounding, waiting, but nothing followed. Morning came slowly. The storm had passed, leaving the woods wet and dripping. I felt exhausted but determined not to let fear ruin my trip. I decided to spend the day hiking one of the longer trails nearby. The sun was out, and the forest was alive with birdsong and fresh smells. I walked for hours, losing myself in the trees and the sound of the creek. The trail was steep and uneven in parts, but it felt good to push myself. As I walked, I noticed signs of animals. Tracks in the mud, broken branches, and fresh scat. The woods were full of life. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I told myself it was just my imagination. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, and the mind could play tricks when it felt vulnerable. When I returned to the cabin, I found the front door slightly ajar. My heart stopped for a moment. I was sure I had locked it before I left. I pushed it closed and checked the locks again. Nothing seemed disturbed inside, no signs of anyone else there. Still, the feeling of being watched was back, stronger than ever. That night, I stayed up late by the fire, keeping the door locked and the curtains drawn. I kept checking every few minutes, listening for any sounds outside. I felt exhausted and anxious. Suddenly, around 2 a.m., I heard a noise outside, soft footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate. My breath caught in my throat. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The footsteps stopped outside the door. I held my breath, clutching a heavy kitchen knife I kept nearby. After a long pause, the footsteps moved away, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I packed up quickly, eager to leave. I drove back to the city with a tight grip on the steering wheel, eyes scanning every shadow. When I got home, I called the local ranger station to report the strange noises and the door left open. They told me it was a remote area, sometimes used by hunters and hikers, but no recent reports of anything suspicious. The experience stayed with me for months afterward. The feeling of isolation, the sounds in the dark, the footsteps outside the door. It wasn't supernatural. It was just a reminder of how vulnerable you are when alone in the wilderness. Since then, I've gone back to cabins in the woods, but never alone. And I always double-check the locks. The woods are beautiful and peaceful most of the time, but they can also be unpredictable and unforgiving. You have to respect that. Being alone in a quiet, dark place with no help nearby is not something to take lightly. The fear I felt wasn't from ghosts or monsters. It was real human fear, the kind that comes from knowing someone or something could be out there, just beyond the trees, watching and waiting. And that's enough to make your skin crawl. I still remember the way the cold bit into my fingers as I stepped out of my car that October evening. The small town of Pine Ridge, Oregon, felt miles away from everything I knew. The air was sharp, heavy with the smell of pine needles and wet earth. The sun had already sunk behind the mountains, leaving the forest in a twilight blue haze. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and looked up at the cabin that was going to be my home for the next week. It was a small, one-story wooden cabin tucked in a clearing surrounded by towering firs and maples that were already turning red and gold. The roof was old but sturdy, with a thin layer of moss growing here and there. The windows were dusty but intact, reflecting the dim light like glass eyes watching me. It had no electricity, no phone signal, just a propane heater and a wood stove for warmth. No internet, no distractions, just me and the forest. I had rented it for some peace, hoping to write and clear my mind. The gravel driveway crunched under my boots as I walked toward the porch, carrying my bags. The wooden steps creaked as I stepped up. I pulled the heavy door open, the hinges groaning like a tired old man. Inside, The cabin smelled of damp wood and something faintly musty, like it hadn't been used for months. The floor was covered in a thin layer of dust, except for a few footprints near the door. I figured the cleaning lady must have come through recently. The living room was small and sparse. A threadbare couch, a small wooden table with a couple of chairs, and a tiny kitchen area with a propane stove, a sink, and a small fridge. There were a few cabinets with basic dishes and some canned food. A stack of firewood was piled neatly by the stove. The single bedroom was just off the living room, with a narrow bed and a thin mattress. A small window looked out toward the back of the forest. I set my bags down and switched on the propane heater. It sputtered for a moment and then gave off a steady heat that felt like a warm hand on a cold day. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, making the cabin's wooden frame creak faintly. I unpacked slowly, putting away my clothes, arranging my notebooks and pens on the small table by the window. I planned to spend the first night writing by the fire, letting the quiet surround me. As darkness fell fully, the woods outside the cabin transformed. The sounds changed. The wind picked up, carrying strange noises, distant snapping branches, the rustle of leaves, the occasional cry of an unseen animal. It was nothing I couldn't explain, but it still sent a shiver down my spine. I reminded myself I was alone by choice. That night, I fell asleep to the crackling of the fire and the occasional gust of wind shaking the trees. The cabin felt small but safe. The next morning, I woke early, feeling surprisingly rested. The sun filtered through the window, casting warm light on the wooden floor. I boiled water on the stove and made coffee, sitting by the window as I sipped, watching the forest slowly come to life. Birds called here and there. A squirrel darted across a fallen log. I spent most of the day exploring the nearby trails. Pine Ridge State Park was just a few miles away. The forest was dense but easy enough to navigate. The leaves underfoot were soft and damp. I noticed signs warning hikers about bears and mountain lions, but I didn't worry too much. I carried a sturdy walking stick just in case. The cabin itself sat near a small creek. The water was clear and cold, babbling softly over smooth stones. I walked down to it late afternoon, dipping my hands in the chilly stream, feeling the cold run over my skin. The silence was heavy, broken only by the sound of water and the occasional bird call. On the second night, things started to feel different. The forest outside seemed darker somehow. The wind was louder, more persistent. The sounds of animals were fewer, and the ones I did hear sounded distant, like echoes from far away. I could hear a faint knocking sound, like branches tapping against the cabin walls in rhythm with the wind. I sat by the fire, writing, but my hands trembled slightly. I kept thinking I saw movement outside the windows, shadows flickering just out of sight. When I looked directly, there was nothing there but the swaying branches. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind, maybe my mind playing tricks because I was alone. Still, the unease grew. The isolated silence felt less peaceful and more oppressive. At one point, I heard a low growl from somewhere outside. Not a deep bear growl, but something smaller, maybe a dog or a coyote. It was close, but I couldn't see anything. My heart pounded. I made sure the door was locked and checked the windows again. Everything was intact. I sat for a long time, waiting for the fire to die down, listening to the wind and the noises outside. The third day was overcast and chilly. I stayed mostly inside, writing and reading. The propane heater was a blessing, keeping the cold at bay. I took the time to clean up a bit, sweeping dust off the floor and wiping down surfaces. In the late afternoon, I decided to gather some firewood from the pile outside to be safe. The forest was quiet. As I picked up logs, I noticed fresh footprints in the dirt around the clearing. They were too large to be from a deer or small animal, maybe a large dog or coyote. But something was odd about the pattern. The prints came close to the cabin, then stopped as if whoever or whatever made them had been watching. I felt a chill run through me. That night, the noises outside were louder. The wind howled through the trees, and the tapping on the cabin walls was almost constant. I barely slept. Just before dawn, I woke suddenly to the sound of something heavy hitting the side of the cabin. A A sharp thud, followed by scraping noises. I lay frozen, heart racing. My mind screamed to get up and check, but my body refused. I heard footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. Then a soft sniffing sound right outside the door. I reached for my phone, but there was no signal. The old cabin was out of range for any service. My only defense was a heavy flashlight and a small hunting knife I had brought with me just in case. The footsteps moved away after a few minutes. I stayed awake, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline until the sun started to rise. By morning, I was exhausted and jumpy. I made a strong coffee and packed a small bag with essentials just in case I needed to leave quickly. The strange noises had gone quiet, but the feeling of being watched lingered like a bad taste. I decided to hike back into town to buy some supplies and maybe check in with the local ranger station. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but I had to know if anyone else had noticed strange activity around the woods. The walk back to town was long and quiet. When I finally arrived, the warmth of the small cafe was a relief. I bought a map, some extra food, and asked at the ranger station if there had been any reports of wild animals or suspicious activity. The ranger shook his head, but his eyes narrowed when I mentioned the noises. "You're not the first to say the woods feel different this year," he said. "Lots of people have been reporting large dogs or wolf sightings, but none caught. It's like they know to stay just out of sight." He warned me to be careful and offered to check in on the cabin if I wanted. I declined but thanked him. Back at the cabin, the quiet was heavier. The forest seemed darker, almost watchful. That night, I barely slept again. Every sound seemed louder. The scratching on the walls, the soft footsteps, the faint growls that came from somewhere in the shadows beyond the clearing. I stayed awake with the flashlight, shining it outside every few minutes, but never seeing anything. On the 5th day, I woke to the sound of snapping branches nearby. I grabbed my walking stick and cautiously stepped outside. The forest was still except for a few birds. The air was cold and sharp. I followed a narrow path through the trees and found a large pile of bones and scraps hidden under some bushes not far from the cabin. Animal bones for sure, but not deer or small animals. These were larger, and some looked like they had been chewed clean of flesh by something powerful. I realized then that whatever was in the woods was a predator, and it had been hunting close to my cabin. Fear gnawed at me, but I also felt a strange resolve. I wasn't going to let the wilderness scare me out without understanding what I was up against. That night, the noises came again, but this time I stayed calm. I knew the scratching and growls were wild animals, maybe wolves or feral dogs, testing their territory. I kept a fire going, bright and hot. I put logs on the stove and made sure every window was shut tight. When the footsteps came around the cabin again, I shone the flashlight toward the noise. For a moment, I saw glowing eyes reflecting back at me from the shadows. A large dog or wolf, maybe more than one. They hesitated, growled low, then melted back into the darkness. I realized that they were scared of the fire and light as much as I was of them. The rest of my stay passed with tense nights and quiet, cautious days. I kept a fire burning every night, made sure to lock every door and window, and stayed inside after dark. During the day, I explored only. I never thought a simple weekend away could turn into something I'd replay in my head for years. Not because of ghosts or monsters, no fairy tales, just something about being completely alone, surrounded by quiet woods, and the slow, creeping fear that comes from knowing someone or something might be watching you. It was the fall of 2012, late October. I was 29 years old. I needed to get away from the city, the noise, the crowds, the endless work pressure. The cabin was about 2 hours north of Portland, Oregon, tucked deep in the Cascade Mountains. A small wooden cabin, nothing fancy, but enough to disconnect. I found it listed on a small rental website. The owner promised peace, privacy, and no cell phone signal. That last part felt perfect. I wanted to be cut off, away from everything, just me and the trees. The drive there was quiet. The roads narrowed, twisting through tall pine and fir trees that were starting to lose their needles for the winter. The air smelled crisp and damp. When I finally saw the cabin, It was exactly as described. Old but solid, with faded green paint peeling at the edges and a stone chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The front porch sagged slightly with 2 broken rocking chairs. I parked, grabbed my bags, and stepped out. The silence hit me immediately, heavier than I expected. Inside, the cabin was sparse but comfortable. A small kitchen with a rusty old stove, a worn couch covered in a thin layer of dust, a table for 4, and a tiny wood stove in the corner. There were 2 bedrooms, both with old mattresses that smelled faintly of mold. I decided to sleep in the larger room. No internet, no TV, no phone signal. Just me, the cold, and the woods. The first day passed uneventfully. I unpacked, made some food, and took a walk down a narrow dirt path behind the cabin that led into the forest. The trees were tall, their branches thick and heavy. The ground was covered in dry leaves and pine needles that crunched under my boots. I stopped at a small creek, the water clear and cold, watching a squirrel scamper across a fallen log. The air was filled with the quiet sounds of nature, birds calling somewhere far away, the rustling of the wind through the branches. When I got back to the cabin, the sun was already low. I chopped some firewood, enough to keep the stove going through the night. I made dinner, just canned soup warmed up, and sat by the fire, reading an old paperback I brought along. Outside, the wind picked up, and I could hear the faint creak of trees swaying. It was peaceful, but as darkness settled, a certain feeling crept in, a quiet tension, like the woods were watching me back. That night, I couldn't sleep well. The thin walls let every sound in, the whistle of the wind, the crackling of the fire, and something else. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer moving around outside. But then I started hearing footsteps, soft, deliberate pacing near the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the footsteps kept coming and going, slow and steady. I grabbed a flashlight and peered out the window, but saw nothing but dark trees and shadows. The next morning, I found strange marks on the porch floor, long scratches, like claws or something dragged across the wood. I had never noticed them the day before. The cabin felt different now, less safe. I packed a small bag just in case. I decided to explore more during the day, keep moving, not stay still. I took a trail that led uphill, further into the forest. The trees were thicker here, blocking most of the sunlight. I passed old broken fences and rusted farm equipment half swallowed by moss. It looked like someone had abandoned this place decades ago. I came across a small clearing with an old, collapsed shack made of rotting wood. The smell of damp earth and decay filled the air. I didn't linger. As I walked back to the cabin, I noticed the sky was turning gray. Clouds thickened, and a cold wind started to blow, quickened my pace. Back at the cabin, I closed all the windows and doors tightly. The wind was picking up fast, rattling the wooden walls and making the cabin groan. I lit the stove and sat close to it, trying to stay warm and calm. That night, the footsteps came back. This time, they were closer, around the back of the cabin, circling slowly, stopping, then moving again. My eyes stayed glued to the window, but I couldn't see anything. The shadows outside danced in the flashlight beam, but nothing moved. My mind raced. Who or what could be out there? I remembered reading somewhere that sometimes people break into cabins to hide out or even squat for a while. Maybe it was a hiker or someone homeless. I kept my phone close, but the signal was gone, just like the ad promised. No way to call for help. The wind howled and the cabin creaked as if it might collapse. I stayed awake all night, clutching a kitchen knife I found in the drawer. I didn't want to imagine what I might find outside, but I was ready if needed. The next day, I decided not to stay longer. I packed quickly, grabbed the bags I'd prepared, and headed for the truck. But when I stepped outside, something was wrong. The truck was gone. I froze. It wasn't just missing. There were no tire tracks leading away from the spot where I parked. No footprints around the vehicle, no signs of a struggle, no clue at all. The keys were still in my pocket. I walked around the spot in a circle, eyes scanning the thick forest. The sky was dark and overcast, and the cold seemed to seep through my jacket. I felt completely isolated. No truck, no phone, no way out. I wasn't sure if I was starting to panic or if I was just trying to stay logical. My only option was to hike down the road back to the main highway, which was miles away. I grabbed my backpack, which held some water, a map, a flashlight, and a small first aid kit. I decided to follow the dirt road I'd come in on, hoping to find a place to get help. The road was rough, uneven, and barely visible in some spots because of fallen leaves and branches. As I walked, I kept looking back at the cabin. The windows looked dark and empty, the porch swaying in the wind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every crack in the underbrush, every snapping twig made me jump. After what felt like hours, the road ended at a split. One path led deeper into the woods, the other looked like a barely maintained logging trail. I didn't know which way to go. My map wasn't detailed enough to show this fork. I chose the logging trail, hoping it would connect to a bigger road. The trail was rougher and narrower. The forest closed in around me, blocking out most of the daylight. My legs ached, and I had to keep stopping to catch my breath. I kept telling myself to stay calm and keep moving. Suddenly, I heard voices, not loud, but nearby, coming from somewhere in the trees. I couldn't make out what they were saying, just low, muffled talking and occasional laughter. I froze, heart hammering. I hadn't seen another person all day. Who could be here? I tried to hide behind a tree and listened. The voices moved closer, stepping onto the trail. I held my breath, trying to stay quiet, but my foot caught a loose branch and snapped loudly. The voices stopped immediately. I didn't wait to see what would happen. I ran. I ran as fast as I could down the trail, pushing past branches, tripping over roots, my lungs burning. The voices shouted behind me, but I didn't look back. I kept running until I finally burst out of the trees onto a gravel road. There was a truck parked on the side, and a man standing nearby. He looked surprised to see me, but I didn't stop to explain. I waved frantically, hoping he'd understand I needed help. He called 911 for me, and within an hour, a sheriff's car arrived. They took me back to the cabin to investigate. When we got there, the cabin looked untouched. The porch was quiet. The truck was back where I left it, keys in the ignition. No sign of anyone having been around except me. I told the officers about the footsteps, the voices, the missing truck, but they couldn't explain any of it. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing. Just me, alone in the woods, and a growing sense that some people live out here, hidden and watching. They advised me not to go back alone, especially at night, and to stay on the main roads. I learned later that the area had a few cases of trespassers and people living off the grid, some of them not friendly. I never returned to that cabin. I kept the story to myself for a long time because I didn't want people to think I was crazy or exaggerating. But sometimes, late at night, I remember that cold wind, the footsteps circling the cabin, and the way the voices sounded close enough to reach out and grab me. It wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was real people, real fear, and the kind of loneliness that makes your mind race. Being alone in the woods, surrounded by quiet and dark, is scarier than any ghost story because the danger is very real, and it could be just a step away. I never thought I would be the kind of person to get scared in the woods. Growing up in a small town in northern Maine, I spent a lot of time outdoors. I was used to hiking, fishing, and camping. But one summer, when I was 25, something happened that made me question how safe even the most peaceful places really are. That summer, I wanted to get away from the noise and stress of my job in Portland. I found a small cabin for rent online, located deep in the woods near a place called Baxter State Park. The cabin was old, wooden, and stood alone by a quiet lake. The pictures looked peaceful, just what I needed. I decided to spend 2 weeks there, alone. I packed my bags carefully. I brought plenty of food, water, my camping stove, and all the usual gear: sleeping bag, lanterns, first aid kit. I didn't want to rely on my phone too much because I knew reception was bad. The whole point was to disconnect and relax. The drive was long but beautiful. I passed through small towns, winding forest roads, and finally reached a narrow dirt path that led to the cabin. It was late afternoon when I arrived. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows through the tall pine trees. The air smelled fresh, with a mix of pine needles and damp earth. I parked my old car on a small patch of gravel next to the cabin. The cabin itself was rustic. Its walls were made of rough logs, the roof covered with weathered shingles. A small porch ran along the front, with a wooden bench that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was a woodpile stacked against one side of the cabin, and a rusted metal rowboat tied to a tree stump by the lake's edge. Inside, the cabin was simple but clean. There was a small kitchen area with a sink, a gas stove, and a tiny fridge. A wooden table sat near the window. The main room had an old sofa and a wood-burning stove in the corner. A narrow hallway led to a tiny bedroom with a bed covered in a faded quilt. The bathroom was just a small room with a shower and a toilet. There was no electricity except a solar-powered light and the stove. After unloading my bags, I lit a fire in the stove. The crackling sound and warmth made me feel at home instantly. I took a deep breath and looked out the window. The lake was still, reflecting the orange and purple sky. For the first few days, everything was peaceful. I woke early, made coffee on the stove, and spent the days hiking or sitting by the water reading. I didn't see anyone else around. No cars passed on the dirt road, and the only sounds were birds and the occasional splash of fish jumping. On the fourth day, I noticed something strange. One evening, while I was washing dishes, I saw footprints in the dirt just outside the porch. They were fresh, someone had been there recently, but no car tracks or other signs of visitors were nearby. I thought maybe a local hunter or a fisherman had stopped by, but I didn't see any other signs. I shrugged it off and went to bed early. That night, I slept fitfully. I kept hearing small noises outside, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. I told myself it was probably animals or the wind. The next morning, I decided to check the perimeter of the cabin. I walked around, looking for anything unusual. The footprints were gone, but I found broken branches and disturbed dirt near the back of the cabin. It felt like someone had been hiding or moving around there. I felt uneasy but tried to ignore it. I told myself I was safe. The woods were big and people came through sometimes. Still, I made sure to lock the doors and windows. On the sixth day, the unease grew stronger. While I was out hiking on a nearby trail, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees. He was a man wearing a dark jacket and a hat pulled low. When he noticed me looking, he quickly turned and disappeared deeper into the forest. I didn't call out or follow. Instead, I hurried back to the cabin, feeling my heart race. Who was he? What was he doing out here? That night, I decided to sleep with the doors locked and my phone close. Even though it had almost no signal, I felt watched. The noises outside seemed louder. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. When I looked, there was nothing. I told myself it was just my imagination. I wasn't the type to be scared easily. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next day, I tried to stay busy. I cleaned the cabin, chopped some wood, and made a big meal on the stove. I sat outside on the porch, staring out over the lake, hoping the quiet would return. Late in the afternoon, I noticed the boat was gone. I hadn't seen it move, but the rowboat tied to the stump was missing. I checked around the lake shore but couldn't find it. It wasn't pulled up anywhere. It was just gone. I felt a cold knot in my stomach. How could someone take the boat without me seeing or hearing it? I thought maybe someone was trying to get closer without me noticing. That evening, I made sure all doors were locked and windows secured. I kept my phone on me and sat near the stove, watching the door. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by the sound of loud crashing outside. It sounded like someone was trying to break something near the back of the cabin. My heart pounded. I stayed perfectly still and listened. The noise stopped after a minute. I grabbed the flashlight and quietly moved to the window. The beam showed nothing but darkness and trees. I debated calling the police, but knew my signal was weak, and it might take hours for them to arrive. I didn't want to panic or give in to fear. I told myself to stay calm. The next day, I noticed more signs of someone being around. Footprints, trash near the woods, and even some food wrappers that weren't mine. Someone had been camping nearby or coming in and out without my knowledge. I realized I was being watched and followed. The peaceful trip I wanted was turning into a nightmare. On the 10th day, I decided to leave early. I packed my things quickly but kept my eyes open for any movement around the cabin. As I loaded the last bag into my car, I saw him again, the man in the dark jacket, standing across the lake near the tree line. He didn't move or say anything. I locked the car doors and drove away as fast as the dirt road would let me. Driving back toward the highway, I called the local ranger station and told them what I had seen and experienced. They thanked me and said they would send someone to check the area. When I got home, I didn't sleep for days. The thought of someone watching me, hiding near the cabin, and taking my things stayed in my mind. I was shaken. The woods I loved suddenly felt dangerous. Weeks later, I learned from the ranger station that they had found an old camper's tent hidden in the woods near the cabin, along with stolen items from other visitors. The man I saw was likely someone living off the grid, watching and stealing from travelers. I never went back to that cabin or any remote place alone after that. I realized that sometimes the scariest things are not ghosts or stories, but real people with bad intentions, hiding quietly where you least expect. The woods are beautiful, but they are not always safe. I learned that the hard way. It was the fall of 2018 when I decided to take a solo trip to a remote cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. I was 27 years old then, working a dead-end job in Minneapolis and feeling burnt out. The city noise and crowded streets had started to wear me down, and I needed a break. I wanted peace and quiet, a chance to think and maybe reconnect with myself. So I found a small, rustic cabin for rent near a tiny town called Pinewood. The cabin was miles from any real town, surrounded by tall pine trees and dense forest. The pictures online made it look peaceful. Just a small wooden house with a stone fireplace, no neighbors visible anywhere. Exactly what I wanted. I drove up from Minneapolis late Friday afternoon. The highway gave way to a narrow, winding road that twisted through endless stretches of trees. The air started to get cooler, and the smell of pine filled my car as I got closer. It was around 4 p.m. when I finally reached the small dirt driveway leading to the cabin. The place sat quietly among tall evergreens, its wood stained dark brown and weathered by the years. The cabin was smaller than I expected, but cozy. There was a small porch with a creaky wooden bench, windows that looked out to the woods, and a rusty old metal roof. Inside, it smelled like old wood and damp earth. The main room had a kitchen corner with a small stove, a table, and a couple of chairs. The fireplace dominated the living room, with a few logs stacked neatly beside it. There was a loft bedroom above, reachable by a narrow wooden ladder. After dropping my bags, I unpacked some food and supplies. No cell signal here, I knew, so I left my phone off. The cabin had no Wi-Fi or TV, just a small radio that barely picked up any stations. I wanted to disconnect, remember? After a quick sandwich and a cup of coffee, I decided to explore the area a bit. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air was crisp, with the faint smell of wet leaves and pine needles. I followed a rough trail that led away from the cabin, the crunch of dry leaves under my boots the only sound. I walked for about 30 minutes, just soaking in the silence and nature. No birds, no animals, just the occasional rustle of wind through the branches. The woods around here were thick and dark. The pine trees were tall and close together, their needles forming a thick carpet on the ground. As the sun disappeared completely, I turned back toward the cabin. The forest felt different now, quieter, heavier somehow. I tried to shrug off the feeling and hurried back. When I got back, I built a fire in the stone fireplace. The warm glow and crackling sound made me feel better. I settled into a chair with a book, but the silence outside was deep, almost too deep. The usual night sounds, crickets, frogs, rustling leaves were missing. It was as if the forest was holding its breath. The first night wasn't great. I woke up several times, hearing small noises outside the cabin. Twigs snapping, soft thuds. I told myself it was just animals, raccoons, or deer moving around. Still, the noises seemed close, like something was just outside the window. I peeked through the curtain but saw nothing. The next morning, I decided to hike a bit further. The cabin owner had left a hand-drawn map of nearby trails. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, and a flashlight just in case. The sky was overcast, and the air smelled like rain. The trail was narrow, winding deeper into the forest. The trees here were older, the ground softer with moss and fallen pine needles. I could hear the faint sound of a stream somewhere ahead. After about an hour, I reached a small clearing with a shallow creek running through it. The water was clear and cold. I sat on a rock by the bank, resting and taking in the quiet beauty. But something about the clearing felt off. The forest beyond the creek seemed darker, thicker, almost like it was closing in. I shook the feeling away and started heading back. On the trail, I noticed broken branches and crushed undergrowth, signs that something had recently moved through here, maybe a deer or a moose. But then I saw something else, a roughly carved symbol on a tree trunk, just below eye level. It looked like an arrow with strange lines crossing it. I had never seen anything like it. Curious, I took a picture with my phone before switching it off again. I felt a little uneasy, but decided it was probably some kind of old hunting marker or a sign left by a hiker. Back at the cabin, I made dinner, canned soup and some bread, and sat by the fire again. That night, the noises outside grew louder. At first, just small snaps and rustles, but later, something heavier, like footsteps crunching on the gravel near the porch. I stayed still, holding my breath, trying to convince myself it was an animal. The cabin door was locked, the windows shut tight, but the noises didn't stop. Around midnight, I heard the distinct sound of something dragging across the ground outside. It stopped near the porch, then footsteps moving away slowly. I wanted to call out, but I didn't. My heart was pounding so hard I was afraid it would give me away. The next morning, I found scratches on the wooden porch floorboards. They looked like they were made by long claws or maybe a sharp tool. There were also deep footprints in the dirt near the driveway, too big and uneven for any normal animal. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some hunters or campers had been around and left marks. But there was no sign of any other people nearby, no cars on the road, just the empty forest. I stayed alert the rest of that day, avoiding going far from the cabin. As the afternoon faded, a storm rolled in, heavy rain and wind shaking the windows. The power was out, the cabin had no generator, and I had no cell service. The rain was relentless, drumming on the roof and splashing against the porch. I was alone, cold, and increasingly nervous. That night was worse than the first. The rain made it harder to hear, but the sounds outside persisted. I heard footsteps, dragging noises, scratching, and occasional heavy thuds. At one point, I thought I heard low growling or something breathing hard just outside the window. Sleep didn't come. I sat by the fire, clutching a kitchen knife I had found in a drawer. The cabin felt too small, too vulnerable. I thought about driving back to town, but decided against it. The dirt road would be slick and dangerous in the rain, and the nearest gas station was almost an hour away. Around 3 a.m., the door handle rattled. Someone was trying to open it. I froze, holding my breath and gripping the knife tightly. The rattling stopped after a few seconds. Then I heard footsteps running into the woods. I didn't sleep again that night. By morning, the rain had stopped. The air was damp but calm. I wanted to leave, but my car was parked about 50 yards down the driveway, and I wasn't sure what I might encounter on the road. I packed quickly, double-checking the locks and windows. As I opened the cabin door, I saw fresh footprints in the mud near the porch, large, uneven, and heading toward the forest again. I didn't wait to see what was out there. I ran to my car, grabbed my bags, and got in. The car wouldn't start at first, the wet ignition struggling. My hands were shaking. Finally, it turned over, and I backed down the driveway carefully. The dirt road was slick and narrow. As I drove, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following. But there was nothing. About 20 minutes down the road, I stopped at a small gas station in a town called Birch Lake. I filled the tank, bought a sandwich, and tried to call a friend. No signal. I started to feel the weight of the last 2 days settle on me. exhaustion, relief, and a lingering fear I couldn't shake. Back home in Minneapolis, I looked up the area online. Pinewood was known for hunting and hiking, but no one reported any strange incidents like mine. I told myself it was probably just some local hunters or pranksters, but the footprints, the scratching, the noises, none of it felt random. Months later, I returned to the cabin with a group of friends. We spent the weekend hiking and fishing, but I never forgot that first trip. Sometimes, even in the city noise, I can still feel that quiet weight of the woods pressing close. The feeling of being watched, the sound of heavy footsteps just beyond sight. I never went back alone. It was the fall of 2019 when I decided to take a solo trip to a remote cabin in northern Minnesota. I was 28, tired of the constant buzz of the city, and desperate for some peace and quiet. My job in Minneapolis had been stressful for months. The long hours, constant emails, and never-ending deadlines had worn me thin. I wanted a break, somewhere isolated, where I could just breathe and think. I found a small cabin for rent online, not far from the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. The owner promised it was off the grid, no internet, no cell signal, just a place to get away from everything and everyone. The pictures looked promising. An old wooden cabin surrounded by tall pine and birch trees, a small lake just a few hundred feet away. The cabin had a wood stove, a small propane fridge, and a little kitchen. I booked it for a full week in October, thinking the cooler weather would keep the bugs away and the fall colors would be beautiful. The drive north was long but peaceful. The highway wound through endless forests with flashes of yellow and red leaves against dark green pines. The air smelled fresh, crisp, and a little bit like wood smoke from distant chimneys. The last 30 miles were on a gravel road, narrow and twisting through the woods. I was careful with the car, hoping to avoid any flat tires or getting stuck. When I arrived just before sunset, the sky was painted with orange and purple streaks. The cabin was exactly as described. Weathered wood, a front porch with a cracked wooden bench, and windows with old, faded curtains. I parked beside it and took a deep breath, feeling a little flutter of excitement mixed with nervousness. The first thing I did was unload my gear. A backpack with clothes, canned food, a cooler, a first aid kit, a flashlight, some firewood I had bought at a nearby store, and my camera. I wanted to document the trip, take pictures of the forest and lake. I locked the car and walked around the cabin, checking for anything that might need fixing. The door creaked as I opened it, and inside was a small living room with a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow stairway leading to a loft where the bed was. The place smelled like old wood and musty blankets, but it was cozy. I stacked some firewood next to the stove, opened a window for fresh air, and started a small fire. The flames crackled and gave off a warm, orange glow. Outside, the woods grew darker as the sun set, and the sounds of the forest came alive. Birds chirping their last calls, squirrels rustling in the leaves, and the occasional distant howl of a coyote. That first night, I slept deeply, wrapped in a thick blanket and lulled by the quiet of the wilderness. In the morning, I made coffee on a small propane stove, ate some canned peaches and granola bars, and set out to explore the nearby trails. The forest was stunning, dense with tall trees, moss-covered rocks, and a carpet of fallen leaves. The air was cold but fresh, and I felt my mind clear for the first time in months. On the second day, I went down to the lake, which was smaller than I expected but still beautiful. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the blue sky and autumn trees. I sat on a fallen log, dipping my fingers in the cool water, listening to the gentle lapping of the waves on the shore. I found some wild berries nearby, but I was careful to only eat the ones I was sure were safe. The days passed slowly, with a comforting routine. Wake up, make coffee, explore, take photos, cook simple meals, read by the fire. I even found an old book left by a previous visitor on the small shelf, an old novel from the 1950s. I read it for a few hours, feeling more and more relaxed. But on the third night, things started to feel different. Around 9 p.m., I was sitting by the stove when I heard a faint noise outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it was something else. It sounded like footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the leaves just beyond the edge of the clearing around the cabin. I froze, listening hard. The woods were still otherwise quiet. No animals, no birds. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it out the window, but I couldn't see anything except the black shadows of trees. The beam of light swept over the ground, but there was no movement. My heart started to race. Maybe it was just a deer or a raccoon, but the footsteps had sounded too heavy, too steady. I sat back down and tried to tell myself it was nothing. The cabin creaked and popped as it cooled, and the wind whispered through the branches. After a while, the noises stopped, and I relaxed again. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, then went to bed. That night, I slept fitfully. I kept waking up every hour or so, feeling like someone was watching me. The moon was full, and its light poured through the window, casting long shadows on the walls. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The next day, I explored further from the cabin, walking deeper into the woods. I found an old logging trail, now overgrown with brush and fallen trees. It seemed like no one had been here for decades. As I walked, I saw strange markings on some trees, carved symbols or letters, but weathered and hard to read. I took pictures, wondering if they were some kind of old boundary markers or just someone's graffiti. Later, back at the cabin, I noticed something odd. The firewood pile I had stacked was slightly disturbed. Some logs shifted. I was certain I had stacked them neatly. I chalked it up to animals or wind. But as the days went on, small things kept happening. My shoes were moved slightly from where I left them. The back door, which I always locked, was found unlocked once. I didn't want to believe anyone was near the cabin, but I couldn't think of any other explanation. I felt more and more uneasy. I started carrying my flashlight with me at all times, even during the day. I made sure the door locks were tight. At night, I kept a small hatchet near the bed, just in case. On the 5th day, things got worse. I woke early to a loud banging noise on the front porch. I jumped out of bed, heart pounding, and grabbed the flashlight. I shone it outside but saw nothing but dark trees. The banging came again, 3 quick hits like someone was trying to get in. I ran outside, shouting, but there was no one there. No footprints in the soft dirt or fallen leaves. I checked the area carefully, shining the light around. Nothing. No signs of anyone or anything. It was terrifying. I thought about leaving right then and there, but I told myself I had come too far, spent too much money, and needed to finish my trip. That day, I avoided going far from the cabin. I stayed inside as much as possible, keeping the fire going. The silence outside was thicker, almost oppressive. Every little noise made me jump. When night fell, I locked all the doors and windows, closed the curtains, and sat by the stove with my hatchet close. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake for hours, listening for any sound. I heard crunching leaves, faint footsteps again, and sometimes a low growl or snarl that I couldn't identify. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. Was it a wild animal? A hunter? Someone dangerous? On the 6th day, I decided I had to leave early the next morning. I packed my things in silence. The cabin felt hostile now, not the peaceful refuge I had hoped for. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was outside, watching, waiting. That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud scraping noise at the back of the cabin. It sounded like nails or a metal object dragged across wood. I grabbed the flashlight and my hatchet and slowly crept to the back door. I shone the light outside and saw deep scratches on the wooden wall near the door. Long, jagged gouges that hadn't been there before. I froze. Someone had been here. Someone had come close enough to scratch the cabin walls. I checked the locks again, and the back door was now unlocked. Panic hit me. I locked it again and backed away. The rest of the night, I stayed awake, sitting by the stove, waiting for dawn. Morning finally came, gray and cold. I quickly packed my remaining stuff, loaded the car, and left without looking back. Driving away on the gravel road, I felt a wave of relief mixed with fear. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew I had been lucky. Whoever or whatever had been around the cabin was still out there in the woods. Back in the city, I called the cabin owner and told him what happened. He was surprised and said he had never heard of any problems before, but he admitted the area was remote and that there had been some recent reports of trespassers and vandalism near other cabins. I never went back. I kept the photos, the scratches on the cabin wall, and the memory of those nights. The trip was meant to be peaceful and healing, but it turned into something else. A reminder that sometimes the wilderness holds dangers that have nothing to do with ghosts or myths, just real people or animals and the unknown. The fear I felt was real. The isolation was real. The threat was real. It was the fall of 1998 when I decided to take a break from city life and spend a week alone in a cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. I was 28 years old then, working as a graphic designer in Detroit. The job was stressful, deadlines piling up, and my small apartment felt like a cage. I had never been much of a nature person, but I liked the idea of quiet, fresh air, and no one bothering me. So I rented a small cabin on Red Pine Ridge, a little-known forested area about 2 hours north of the city, where the trees were thick and the only roads were dirt trails. The cabin was owned by an old man named Earl, who had lived in the area for decades. He kept it simple: no electricity, no internet, no phone. Just a wood stove, a small kitchen, a single bedroom, and a tiny living area. I liked the idea of disconnecting. Earl told me I'd have company from time to time, a ranger or a neighbor, but the place was pretty isolated. That was part of the appeal. I arrived in the late afternoon, under a sky streaked with soft orange and purple as the sun started to set. The air smelled like wet leaves and pine needles. The dirt road was bumpy, lined by tall red pines that bent over the path like guardians. The cabin itself was small and worn but sturdy. The wood was dark from years of weather, but it gave off a warm, rustic feeling. The porch creaked under my feet as I unloaded my bag. I spent the first hour exploring the inside, lighting a fire in the wood stove, and setting out some canned food and bottled water I had brought. The silence was deep and immediate, a sharp contrast to the constant buzz of the city. I liked it. I felt like I was leaving the world behind. The first night was uneventful. I ate some canned soup, read a book by flashlight, and went to bed early. The bed was a simple cot with a thin mattress, but I was so tired I didn't mind. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, and the occasional hoot of an owl reminded me I was far from anything human. The next morning I woke early, the sky a pale gray behind the thick canopy. I made coffee on the small propane stove Earl had left for me and ate a few crackers. Then I decided to go for a walk along the nearby trail Earl had marked on a map. The trail was about a mile long, winding through dense woods and over a small creek. I wanted to stretch my legs and breathe the forest Indiana. As I walked, I noticed the quiet was deeper than before, almost oppressive. The usual bird sounds were mostly gone, and even the wind seemed muted. The trees were tall and close, their trunks rough and covered with moss and lichen. The path underfoot was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles, damp from recent rain. At one point, the trail crossed a narrow wooden footbridge over the creek. The wood was old but solid, though the boards creaked as I stepped carefully across. On the other side, the forest seemed darker, thicker. I could feel my heartbeat quicken, not from fear exactly, but from a sudden awareness that I was alone here, truly alone. I turned back after about 30 minutes, not wanting to stray too far. Back at the cabin, I spent the afternoon chopping wood and tending the fire. I made a simple dinner of canned beans and rice and settled in with another book. But as night fell again, I started to feel uneasy. It was subtle at first. A snapping twig outside, a low rustle in the underbrush, sounds I had no clear source for. I told myself it was just animals, deer, raccoons, maybe even a fox. But then I noticed something else. Every time I looked out the window toward the woods, I thought I caught a glimpse of something moving, just beyond the tree line. The shape was vague, shadowy, but it felt like someone or something was watching me. I checked the door locks and windows, convinced it was just my imagination. But the feeling didn't go away. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the cabin, every sigh of the wind seemed louder than before. The shadows outside grew longer, darker. Around 2 a.m., I woke suddenly to a faint noise, a low crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves, close to the cabin. I lay still, heart pounding. The sound stopped, then started again, closer this time. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and aimed it out the window. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on the trees. Nothing, no sign of movement. I tried to calm down and go back to sleep, but the noise returned, this time circling the cabin. The footfalls were slow, deliberate, heavy. It sounded like someone was walking around the cabin, but I couldn't see anyone. I considered calling Earl on the phone, but I realized there was no phone signal here, no cell service. I was completely cut off. The night passed in a blur of tension and broken sleep. At dawn, I got up and checked the perimeter. There were footprints in the soft ground around the cabin, large, heavy prints. They were fresh. Whoever had been outside last night had left no marks on the door or windows, and nothing seemed broken or disturbed inside. I took pictures of the prints with my old camera. I felt a mix of fear and anger. Who could be out here, stalking me? I was miles from any town or road. I knew the locals sometimes hunted deer illegally, but I hadn't heard of anyone causing trouble on Red Pine Ridge. I decided to stay inside during the day, only stepping outside briefly to get water from the nearby stream. I was careful to carry a heavy stick with me, just in case. The rest of the day passed with the usual forest noises, but I kept a close eye on the windows and doors. I read more, tried to distract myself, but by evening, the feeling of being watched returned. I kept seeing flickers in the trees, shapes moving just beyond the firelight. That night, the footsteps came back, louder and more persistent. This time, I heard voices, muffled, distant, but enough to make my skin crawl. I couldn't understand what they said, but the tone was harsh, angry. I was frozen with fear, holding the flashlight like a weapon. The voices moved around the cabin, circling, sometimes stopping for a moment, then moving on. I stayed in bed, eyes wide open, clutching the heavy stick I kept on the floor. The fire in the stove had almost died out, and the cold was creeping in through the walls. Eventually, the noises faded, and I dozed off as dawn broke. The next morning, I found more footprints, this time multiple sets, leading into the woods and then disappearing. It was clear someone had been watching me for at least 2 nights. I debated leaving immediately, but the dirt road was a long walk, and I had no vehicle to reach help quickly. I packed a bag with essentials and prepared to hike out if needed. That day, I stayed alert, moving only when necessary, keeping the stick close. That night, the noises were different. The footsteps were replaced by thudding sounds, like someone banging on a tree trunk or rocks being thrown near the cabin. It was a clear message. Someone wanted to scare me. The pounding continued for nearly an hour before stopping suddenly. I lay awake, shaking. I realized this was no accident or simple hunting party. Someone was deliberately trying to intimidate me. At first light, I packed everything I could carry. I decided to leave immediately, even if it meant hiking the 2 hours back to the main road. As I stepped outside, the woods were eerily silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the cold gray light filtering through the branches. I started walking, sticking to the trail Earl had marked. About 30 minutes into the hike, I heard a noise behind me, a quick rustle. I turned sharply, but saw nothing except trees. My heart raced. I kept walking faster, but the feeling of being followed stayed with me. Suddenly, from the bushes, 2 figures stepped out. Both were men, dressed in dark clothes, their faces obscured by caps and scarves. One held a heavy metal pipe. I froze. They didn't say a word. One gestured with the pipe, and I understood they meant business. I dropped my bag and ran. I didn't look back. The woods seemed endless. Every step, I expected them to catch me. I scrambled over roots, jumped small streams, pushed through thorny bushes, my lungs burning. After what felt like an hour, I broke through the tree line and spotted a small dirt road. I ran toward it, waving my arms frantically. Car appeared in the distance. I flagged it down. The driver stopped, a middle-aged woman. I told her about the men chasing me. She called the sheriff for me. The deputies arrived within an hour. They searched the area but found no one. I stayed in a hotel in town that night, too scared to return to the cabin. The sheriff told me that some illegal hunters had been reported in the area before, people who didn't want outsiders near their turf. They were known to scare off anyone who got too close. I never went back to that cabin. I realized that the real horror was not ghosts or monsters, but the very real threat of other humans who didn't want strangers in their woods. Years later, I still think about those nights on Red Pine Ridge. The silence, the footsteps, the shapes just beyond the firelight. I learned that sometimes the I remember the trip like it was yesterday, even though it was almost 10 years ago. I was 32, living in a small town in northern Wisconsin. I had recently left my job in the city and was trying to take some time off before figuring out what I wanted to do next with my life. I wasn't really sure what I wanted, but I did know that I needed to get away from the noise and stress. So I decided to rent a cabin deep in the woods, far from any town or road, just me and silence. I figured it would be a good chance to think, maybe write some of the stories I'd been meaning to write for years. I found a listing online for a small cabin near the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest. It was an old log cabin, nothing fancy, no electricity, no running water, but it had a wood stove and a nearby creek. The photos looked peaceful and isolated, which was exactly what I wanted. The owner promised that the nearest neighbor was at least a mile away, and the road to get there was just a narrow dirt path. Perfect. I booked it for a week in late October, hoping for cool, crisp air and the colors of fall. The drive out was long and slow. My little sedan struggled on the bumpy dirt road. The trees on either side were tall and thick, mostly maple and oak, their leaves turning every shade of orange, red, and yellow. The sky was gray and cloudy, and the wind shook the branches so the leaves fell like rain. It was quiet except for the rustling of leaves and the crunch of my tires on the gravel. After what felt like hours, I finally reached a small clearing where the cabin sat. The cabin was smaller than I expected, but it had charm. The logs were dark and weathered, the roof covered in moss, and the windows were small and dusty. There was a tiny porch with a few wooden chairs and a stack of firewood nearby. I parked and stepped out, the smell of wet earth and pine filling my nose. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The inside was even simpler than I thought. There was one main room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove in the corner, and a rickety table with 2 chairs. There was a narrow staircase leading to a loft where the bed was. The floor creaked under my feet, and the air smelled like damp wood and old smoke. There was no electricity or plumbing, but a big bucket for water and a small outhouse behind the cabin. I felt a bit of excitement mixed with nervousness. This was going to be different. The first night, I made a fire in the stove and cooked some canned soup on a little camping stove I brought. The flames crackled and the room slowly warmed. Outside, the wind howled and the trees creaked. I sat by the fire with a book, the cabin glowing soft orange in the dark. The quiet was thick, but it was the kind of quiet that settled your mind if you let it. I went to bed early, feeling tired but content. The next few days were peaceful. I got up early, made coffee on the camping stove, and explored the woods. The forest was alive with color and the smell of damp leaves. I walked to the creek, watched the water swirl over stones, and collected dry wood for the fire. I wrote in my notebook, worked on a story about a man lost in the woods, and ate simple meals. The nights were cold, but the stove kept the cabin warm. Sometimes I heard owls hooting or the snap of a twig, but nothing more. Then, on the third night, things started to change. I had been reading by the fire, the wind stronger outside. It rattled the windows and made the cabin shudder. I was about to go to bed when I heard a sharp noise outside. At first, I thought it was just a branch breaking or an animal moving. But then I heard it again, closer this time. A soft tapping sound on the porch roof. It wasn't steady, but irregular, like someone was lightly knocking. I put down my book and listened. The wind howled louder, but the tapping continued, always stopping when I stopped listening, then starting again. I told myself it was probably a bird or a squirrel, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. I got up and looked out the window. The porch was empty. The trees were moving in the wind, but no sign of anything unusual. I locked the door and went back to the fire. The tapping stopped. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone watching from the woods. I kept the fire burning all night. The next day, I decided to explore farther into the woods, trying to clear my head. I walked for miles along narrow trails, the forest thick and quiet. When I returned, the cabin looked the same, but I noticed something strange on the porch. There were small footprints in the dirt. They were about the size of a child's, but there was no one else around for miles. I looked around, but saw no other tracks or signs of people. I felt a chill. I wiped the prints away and went inside, locking the door again. That night, the tapping came back, louder and more urgent. This time, it was accompanied by the sound of footsteps crunching on the leaves outside. I sat very still by the fire, trying to listen. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, stopping sometimes, then moving again. I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. Then, I heard a low, steady breathing outside the window. My heart pounded. I grabbed the heavy flashlight from the table and shone it toward the window. The beam caught the edge of something moving in the shadows, just at the tree lean. I stood up, flashlight shaking in my hand, and called out, telling whoever it was to leave me alone. No answer. The footsteps stopped. Silence fell, thick and heavy. I stayed awake all night, the flashlight close by, waiting. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, my hands trembling. As I loaded my car, I looked around nervously, feeling eyes on me from the woods. I drove away fast, the cabin shrinking behind me. Back in town, I told a friend about the strange noises and footprints. They said sometimes hunters or campers come by, but it was odd no one introduced themselves or made contact. I never went back to that cabin. Looking back now, I think whoever was out there was probably a local kid or someone who used the woods regularly. But in that moment, being alone, in the dark, with no way to call for help, it was terrifying. The fear wasn't because of ghosts or monsters. It was the real danger of being completely isolated and vulnerable in the woods. That feeling of someone watching, stepping just outside the light, is something I'll never forget. Since then, I've been careful about where I go alone, especially in places where no one else is around. The woods are beautiful, but they're also unpredictable and full of unknowns. I learned that night that sometimes the scariest things aren't supernatural. They're real, human, and very close. I'm not the kind of person who scares easily. I grew up in Iowa, in a small town where people left their doors unlocked and the biggest danger was a deer in the road. I spent most of my childhood running through the woods, building forts out of fallen branches and pretending to be a survivalist. When I got older, I started going on solo hiking trips, just me and a pack and the open sky. So when I rented that old cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan in September 2023, I didn't think twice about being alone in the woods. I was 33 years old, recently laid off, and needed time to clear my head. A week off-grid seemed perfect. The cabin was about 15 miles outside a town called Crayford. It wasn't really a town, more like a gas station, a diner, and a post office. From there, it was another 30-minute drive down a gravel road that got narrower and more overgrown the deeper it ran. I passed maybe 2 other cabins on the way in, both of them old and half swallowed by trees. My place was the last one at the end of the road, surrounded by dense forest and just a short walk from a small lake. It was exactly what I needed. The cabin was basic, wooden floors, no insulation, an old propane stove, and a wood-burning fireplace. No electricity, no running water. I had brought in gallons of water, a solar lantern, food that didn't need refrigeration, and a bunch of firewood I'd picked up at a gas station. I also had my camping gear just in case I felt like sleeping under the stars. The first 2 days were exactly what I'd hoped for. I woke up with the sun, made coffee on the propane stove, and sat on the porch with a blanket around my shoulders, watching the fog lift off the lake. I hiked the trails around the area, took photos of mushrooms and squirrels, and even saw a moose on the second afternoon. At night, I read by lantern light and fell asleep to the sound of wind moving through the trees. On the third night, things changed. It had started raining around 4 p.m. A cold, steady drizzle that soaked the ground and turned the trails into slippery messes. I had hiked earlier in the day, so I wasn't too bothered. I stayed inside, played solitaire on a deck of cards I found in a drawer, and watched the rain streak the windows. It got dark fast. Around 7, I got up to add more wood to the fire and realized the front door was unlocked. Now, I always lock the door. Always. It's a habit. Even out there, even though I hadn't seen another soul since I left Crayford, I locked it. So finding it unlocked made me pause. I figured maybe I hadn't latched it properly and the wind had pushed it open a little. But it wasn't open, it was shut, just not locked. I locked it and tried not to think about it. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept hearing things, small cracks and pops, like twigs snapping underfoot. I told myself it was just the rain loosening branches, or maybe animals moving around. But it kept happening, and every time I started to drift off, something would make me sit up and listen. Once, I thought I heard something knock against the wall outside. I didn't get much sleep. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found a few small branches on the ground, but nothing out of the ordinary. No tracks, no signs of animals. I told myself I was being jumpy. I made a pot of instant oatmeal, poured a cup of coffee, and sat on the porch watching the lake again. The fog was thicker that morning, and it didn't lift like usual. Around noon, it was still clinging to the water, rolling in low waves like something alive. I went for a short hike, but the mud made it hard. My boots kept slipping, and after almost falling down a slope, I turned back. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something weird. The coffee mug I'd left on the porch rail was gone. I looked around, thinking maybe it got knocked off. I found it sitting on the ground by the stairs, about 10 feet away, upright, empty. That stopped me cold. There's no way it could have landed like that. Someone had moved it. I scanned the woods. Nothing, just trees and wet brush. No sound but the rain dripping off leaves. That night, I kept the axe by my bed. I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I heard something on the porch. Slow, heavy steps. 2, maybe 3. Then silence. I held my breath so long it hurt. After a while, I crept to the window and looked out through a crack in the curtain. Nothing. No footprints in the mud the next morning. I checked everywhere. The rain should have made them obvious, but there was nothing. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept the fire going and tried to distract myself by reading. I couldn't concentrate. I kept looking at the windows, checking the door, walking the perimeter. In the afternoon, I thought about leaving, but I told myself it was just nerves. I wasn't going to let some creepy noises send me packing. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Around midnight, I heard the porch creak again. Then the doorknob rattled. Just once. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, gripping the axe. I waited, but nothing else happened. I didn't sleep until the sky started getting light. That morning, I packed my bag. I left a day early. I hiked the mile back to where I had parked my car and found something that made my blood run cold. My car had been moved. Not far, just a few feet, but it was parked at a different angle than I'd left it. And someone had smeared something on the windshield. Mud, maybe, or something else. I didn't stop to check. I drove straight back to Crayford, shaking the whole way. At the gas station, I washed the windshield, filled the tank, and kept going. I never reported it. What would I say? That someone moved a mug and touched my doorknob? That I heard noises? That my car was parked differently? No one would believe me, but I know what I felt. Someone was out there. They never tried to break in. They never showed themselves. But they wanted me to know they were there. And it worked. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. And I sure as hell don't rent isolated cabins. Whatever was out there didn't want me around. I listened. I was 39 when I decided to spend a week alone at a cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It was late October 2017. I'd rented the place through a small local site that specialized in remote getaways. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just something off-grid where I could unplug and get some peace. I'd been living in Chicago for nearly 20 years, and I felt like the city had drained something out of me. Work, noise, people, I needed a break from everything. The cabin sat near Lake Manistee, surrounded by thick pine forest. It had no electricity, no running water, and no cell signal. The only way in was a narrow, poorly maintained dirt road that cut through miles of woods. I had to drive my old Toyota Tacoma in four-wheel drive just to make it up there. There was a small wood stove, a hand pump for water out back, and a basic composting toilet in a separate shed about 20 yards from the cabin itself. The day I arrived, the weather was clear but cold. The air had that sharp bite it gets in northern Michigan when winter is on its way. I unloaded the truck, brought in canned food, bottled water, my sleeping bag, and a small pile of books. There was a stack of firewood already waiting, as promised. Everything looked just like the photos. Plain wooden walls, a small table, a single bed, a shelf with a few kitchen basics. It was quiet, dead quiet. I spent the first evening chopping extra firewood and getting a feel for the place. The forest around the cabin was so dense that even during the day, the light barely made it through. At night, it was complete blackness. There were no streetlights, no moonlight, no distant glow from a town, just dark. The first 2 nights passed without much trouble. I read, I made soup on a portable stove, I sat by the fire and watched the flames. The kind of stillness I hadn't felt in years settled over me. But by the 3rd day, I started to feel off. Not scared exactly, just watched. I'd step outside to grab firewood and find myself scanning the woods. I'd sit inside and feel like something was just beyond the tree line, waiting. I kept brushing it off. City nerves, I told myself. That night, it got worse. I was inside around 9 p.m., finishing a book, when I heard a crack from the woods. Just a single branch snapping. It's not unusual. Animals, wind, that sort of thing, but it felt different. I turned off my lantern and listened. Nothing. Then another crack. Closer. Like footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Not a deer bounding through the brush. It was too slow for that. I stood there, completely still. The sound stopped. I walked quietly to the window and looked out, but it was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. I waited there for maybe half an hour, listening. Nothing else. I finally climbed into bed, fully dressed, and kept the axe I'd been using to chop wood beside me. I didn't sleep well. Every time the fire popped, I flinched. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. No sound, no wind, no creaking of the cabin, just complete silence. Then I heard it again just outside. Leaves crunching, slow steps circling the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. It circled once, then again, then nothing. When the sun came up, I went outside. There were boot prints, big ones, much larger than mine. Clear as day, someone had been walking around the cabin in the night, not just passing by, stopping, circling. I followed them a little ways into the woods, but they just vanished into the underbrush. I told myself it could have been a hunter, someone lost. But who walks around someone else's cabin at 2 in the morning and doesn't knock? I decided to leave early, but I had no signal to call anyone and the road out was too rough to drive at night. I figured I'd pack up in the morning and get out. That evening, I tried to make the place look lived in. I kept the fire going, left my gear spread around, even placed a few empty cans near the trash to make it obvious someone was there. I locked the cabin door, not that it would stop anyone, and placed the axe beside my sleeping bag again. Around midnight, the footsteps came back. This time, I didn't turn out the lantern. I sat on the floor, back against the wall, heart pounding. The steps were slower this time, more confident. I could hear them coming right up to the door. They didn't knock. They just stood there. I heard the boards on the porch creak under the weight. I grabbed the axe and stayed put. After what felt like hours, the steps moved away. No circling this time, just retreating slowly into the woods. In the morning, I threw everything in the truck. When I opened the door, I found something sitting on the porch, a bundle of twigs tied together with twine. Nothing special, just something you'd use for kindling, but it hadn't been there the night before. I checked again for prints, but the ground was frosted over. I drove out as fast as I could, bouncing down the rough road, not stopping until I hit pavement. When I finally got cell service, I called the number for the rental site. They didn't know anything about nearby cabins, said there shouldn't be anyone around for miles. I didn't ask for a refund. I didn't file a report. I just went home. It's been years now, and I haven't gone back to a remote cabin since. I don't know what that person wanted or why they didn't try to break in. Maybe they just liked watching. Maybe they were waiting. I still think about the twig bundle. Felt like a message. Not a threat exactly, more like a warning. I moved out of the city not long after. Found a small house in rural Ohio. I still go hiking, still love the woods, but I never go alone anymore. I always bring someone, and I don't sleep easy when the trees get too thick around me. What happened at that cabin wasn't dramatic. There were no monsters, no ghosts, just a human being, walking around in the dark, waiting outside a locked door. That's all it took to scare me worse than anything else in my life. And the scariest part is that I'll never know why they were there. That kind of mystery sticks with you. It makes you double-check the locks at night. It makes you wonder what's watching when you step outside in the dark. It makes you realize that sometimes the worst things out there are the ones that never say a word, never make a move. Just wait until you're alone, far from help and completely at their mercy. I was 34 when I decided to take a long break from city life and spend a week alone in the woods. I had been working nonstop at a logistics company in Tulsa for years, managing routes, deliveries, and late-night calls from drivers. The stress had started to affect my sleep, my mood, even my appetite. I needed distance from people, noise, and stress. So I booked a remote cabin in northern Michigan, near a town called Iron Creek, tucked into the thick woods a few hours off the main highways. It was the first week of October 2018. The leaves had started to change, painting the trees in reds and oranges. The cabin I rented was built in the 1960s, but had been kept up by a local family. No neighbors nearby, no cell signal, just a wood stove, a hand pump for water, and an outhouse about 50 feet out back. It was as close to isolation as I could find without actually camping. The cabin sat at the end of a narrow gravel road, surrounded on all sides by dense forest. On the drive up, I passed maybe 2 other cabins, but they looked shut for the season. When I got there, the air was cool and crisp, and everything smelled like pine needles and dry leaves. There was a silence that was almost heavy, the kind you only notice when you've been around cars and crowds too long. I spent the first 2 days reading, chopping wood, and going on short hikes. I'd packed enough food for a week, mostly canned stuff and dry goods. I didn't plan on hunting or foraging. I brought a small propane stove, but I used the wood stove more. I didn't see anyone else. No hikers, no cars, nothing. It was perfect. On the 3rd night, something changed. I had just gone to bed, maybe around 10. I slept in the main room on a cot by the stove. Around midnight, I woke up. No idea why, just snapped awake. The fire had gone down to embers, and the cabin was cold. But it wasn't the temperature that woke me. It was a sound. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp. A single crack like a stick breaking, then nothing. I lay still, waiting to hear more. After maybe 30 seconds, I heard it again. This time, it was followed by a faint rustling. I tried to convince myself it was just a deer walking through the woods, or a raccoon, but it was steady, too steady. I sat up slowly and listened harder. The rustling continued, dry leaves being pushed around by careful steps. Then it stopped. A few seconds later, I heard another sound. Not outside, inside. It came from the back wall of the cabin where the kitchen was. A low creak like pressure on the floorboards. I held my breath. My heart was hammering. I waited. The sound came again. A slow, heavy step. I reached for the axe I kept next to the stove, more for splitting wood than anything else. I stayed there, frozen, for what felt like an hour. but no other sounds came. Finally, I got up, axe in hand, and checked the whole cabin. Every door was locked, every window shut. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I tried to brush it off. Maybe it had just been the old wood shifting in the cold, or an animal brushing up against the wall. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in there. That evening, I double-checked every door and window. I moved the cot closer to the stove again and kept the axe next to me. I even propped a few pans on a chair by the door, thinking if someone opened it, they'd fall and wake me. I felt a little paranoid, but I didn't care. I drifted off around 10 again. Around 2, I woke up. This time I knew why. The pans had fallen. The noise had been loud enough to jolt me upright. I grabbed the axe and jumped to my feet. The door was open, not wide but a few inches, just enough to let in the cold. I hadn't heard it open. I ran to it, heart racing, and looked out into the dark. My flashlight was still on the table and I grabbed it. Nothing, just trees. No movement, no sounds. But the fact that the door was open, that was enough. I locked it, pushed the heavy wood stove in front of it, and stayed up the rest of the night. I wanted to leave the next morning, but I kept telling myself it was probably the wind. Maybe the latch hadn't caught all the way. Still, I packed up most of my stuff just in case. But as the day went on, I convinced myself I was being stupid. I stayed another night. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the flashlight in my lap, axe in one hand. I kept the fire going strong and stayed in a chair facing the door. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. Nothing happened. I thought maybe whoever had opened the door had left. Maybe it had just been someone messing around. A hunter? A drifter? I had no idea, but I didn't want to run unless I had to. The next night, the 5th night, was the worst. It was around midnight when I first heard it again, the same slow rustling outside. I turned off the lantern and waited. My eyes adjusted, and I watched the door. Then I heard the creaking again. This time, not inside, just under the cabin. The whole place sat on low wooden stilts, maybe 2 feet off the ground. There was something under the floor. It moved slowly, dragging across the boards underneath me. I could hear it clearly. Stopped, then started again. I stood up, tried not to make noise. The axe felt heavy in my hand. Then the sound stopped. I stayed there, barely breathing. After a few minutes, I heard another sound, soft knocking. Not on the door, on the wall. A slow, deliberate knock. Then another, and another, moving around the cabin, knock by knock, like someone was circling it. I lost it then. I lit the lantern, grabbed my bag, and bolted out the door. I didn't care who or what was out there. I ran to my truck, started it, and peeled out down the gravel road, the headlights catching trees and brush flying past. I drove until I hit the main highway. I didn't stop until I reached a motel 2 hours south. I reported it the next morning. Sheriff came out, drove up to the cabin with me. Nothing was taken. No signs of forced entry. No prints. But the door latch was bent slightly, like it had been hit with a blunt object. Sheriff said maybe a bear had been sniffing around. But bears don't knock. I never went back. Lost the rest of my rental payment, but I didn't care. I spent the rest of the week in a motel, sleeping with the lights on. I told my boss I needed another week off. I couldn't focus, couldn't stop thinking about the sounds. The knocks, the dragging under the floor. I don't know who was out there, or why, but it was real. There was no ghost, no monster, just someone or something who knew I was alone, who knew where I was sleeping, who waited until the middle of the night. The worst part was how careful they were. No shouting, no breaking windows, just quiet steps, slow knocking, a door left slightly open. I've never stayed in a cabin again. I sold my axe too. I moved to a smaller city, away from the woods, somewhere with neighbors, sirens, and streetlights. I still think about it, especially when the house creaks late at night. But at least now I'm not alone. It was the fall of 2013, and I was 34 years old when I decided to take a break from my job and spend some time alone in a cabin up in northern Vermont. I had been living in Rhode Island for most of my adult life, working long hours in an office, and I was feeling worn down. I wanted a place to disconnect from everything. No emails, no traffic, no phones. Just the woods, quiet, and maybe a chance to reset my mind. I found a cabin on a rental site that was cheap and remote. It was an old structure, built in the early 1970s by a retired logger, and it sat deep in the forest, about an hour's drive from the nearest town. The place looked simple in the photos: wood-paneled walls, a fireplace, a basic kitchen, one bedroom, and a small outhouse a short walk away. No running water, no electricity, but there was a hand pump for well water and a wood stove for heat. It was just what I wanted. I packed up my SUV with food, bottled water, a camping lantern, batteries, a few books, some clothes, and a hunting knife I had bought years ago but never used. I also brought my old sleeping bag just in case the bed wasn't comfortable. I left on a Thursday morning, hoping to beat the weekend rush on the highways. The drive took longer than expected. By the time I reached the last dirt road, the sun was already low in the sky. That road was barely more than 2 tire tracks running between trees. My GPS lost signal about 10 minutes in, and from there I had to rely on the written directions I had printed out. I passed no houses, no signs, nothing but thick trees and fallen leaves. It felt like I was driving into another world. When I finally saw the clearing with the cabin in it, I felt a strange mix of relief and nervousness. The cabin stood about 30 yards from a small, stagnant-looking pond. The structure was worn but not falling apart. The wood had darkened with age, the roof was covered in wet leaves, and the front porch sagged a little. There was an old axe leaning against the porch railing and a pile of split wood next to it. I parked, got out, and took in the silence. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my tires crackling on the gravel. I hauled my stuff inside and did a quick check of the place. It was musty but clean. The bed was a thin mattress on a wooden frame, covered with a wool blanket. The kitchen had a small counter and a rusty propane stove I didn't plan to use. A few pots hung from nails in the wall. There were spider webs in the corners and a couple of dead bugs on the windowsills, but nothing out of the ordinary. The first night passed quietly. I read by lantern light until I got sleepy, then crawled into bed with my sleeping bag over the blanket. It was colder than I expected, so I got up once to throw a couple logs in the wood stove. The glow of the fire was the only light in the room besides my lantern, and it cast moving shadows on the walls. I listened for any sounds, branches cracking, animals moving, but there was nothing. It was the most complete silence I had ever experienced. The second day, I spent time exploring the area around the cabin. I walked the perimeter, marked some trees with bright tape so I wouldn't get lost, and found a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods. I followed it for about half a mile before turning back. I didn't want to get too far away from the cabin. Not yet. I chopped some firewood, filtered a bit of water through a device I'd brought, and spent the evening writing in a notebook. That night was when things started to feel off. It was just after midnight when I woke up. Not from a noise, but from a feeling. It was like my body had sensed something and yanked me out of sleep. I lay still, my eyes open in the dark. The fire had gone out. My breath came out in little clouds. I felt my skin prickling. Then I heard it. A soft sound, like someone stepping on leaves. Not a random animal sound, not a branch falling. This was measured, like footsteps, slow, steady, coming from the direction of the pond. I stayed in bed, listening. My heart thudded in my chest. I wanted to tell myself it was just a deer or maybe a raccoon, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded like boots on the ground. One step, pause. Another step, then nothing. I waited a full minute before I sat up. I grabbed my knife and crept to the window. I couldn't see much. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting a faint glow, but the pond was out of view from where I stood. I stayed at the window for a long time, but I didn't hear anything else. The next morning, I walked out to the pond. The ground was damp with dew, and I could see where animals had passed through. I didn't see any shoe prints, but I also didn't know what to look for exactly. I reminded myself I was alone out there and maybe getting a little paranoid. That evening, I double-checked the door lock and dragged a chair in front of it. I even placed a few metal pots on the floor in front of the door, hoping they'd make noise if anyone came in. I kept the fire going and stayed up later than the night before. I kept looking at the window, half expecting to see a face staring back. Just after 2 a.m., I heard the sound again. Footsteps, slower this time, closer, then a soft thump, like someone had touched the side of the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I sat there, knife in hand, waiting. My lantern was low, and the shadows flickered. The thump came again, then a long dragging sound, like someone's hand sliding across the wall. I stood slowly and turned the lantern off. The room went completely dark. I backed toward the wood stove, heart pounding, knife clenched tight. I stayed there for nearly 20 minutes, waiting, then silence. Eventually, I made it back to bed, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, I searched around the cabin. I found something that made my blood go cold. On the back wall, near the corner of the cabin, the wood was scratched. Long, shallow grooves, like someone had dragged a key or a knife across it. There were no footprints, nothing else, just those marks. I packed up my things that day. I didn't care about finishing my week. I shoved everything in the back of my SUV and got out of there before noon. The drive back to the main road felt longer than before. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone or something. I didn't tell anyone about what happened for months. I couldn't explain it. There was no ghost, no monster, just signs of someone being out there, watching, waiting, and that was worse, because it was real. Since then, I've never gone back to the woods alone. I still go hiking sometimes, but always with friends. I still think about that cabin, how quiet it was, how peaceful it seemed, but under that quiet was something else. Something I don't want to understand. Sometimes at night I hear things, not in the woods, not outside, in my head, the sound of those footsteps, the dragging hand, and I wonder if I brought something back with me. Not a ghost, not a curse, just the memory. The knowledge that out there, somewhere, someone watched me while I slept. And that's something I can't forget. It was real, all of it, and that's what makes it terrifying. It was early October 2016 when I drove up to the cabin in northern Montana. The weather had already started turning. The leaves had that deep golden red shade, and the mornings were cold enough that I could see my breath. I had rented the place for a week, trying to get away from everything. Work had been hell, and my mind hadn't been right for a long time. I figured being alone with no signal, no emails, and no one to bother me would do some good. The cabin sat on a small hill surrounded by dense forest. It was about 4 miles from the closest gravel road, and I had to take a rugged trail most of the way. The last half mile was only accessible by foot or ATV. I parked my truck where the dirt path ended and hiked the rest. The place was old but well kept. One story, wooden siding, metal roof. There was a small porch out front, a rusted-out barbecue next to a half-rotted picnic table, and firewood already chopped and stacked by the door. I dropped my backpack just inside and started checking the place out. There was one bedroom, a bathroom, a small kitchen, and a living room with a fireplace and some mismatched furniture. The first 2 days were quiet. I spent most of the time reading, walking the nearby trails, or just sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee. At night, the only sounds were the wind in the trees and the occasional coyote yipping in the distance. It felt like I had the whole world to myself. On the third night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a noise outside. It was a slow, crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. I lay there in bed, holding my breath, listening. The sound moved around the cabin slowly, then stopped. I stared at the ceiling, heart racing, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. Bears and deer were common out here, but it didn't sound like hooves. It sounded like boots. I didn't go back to sleep until the sun started to come up. The next morning, I walked around the cabin looking for tracks. I found some marks near the back window, but they were smudged. Could have been anything. I told myself it was probably just paranoia from being alone too long. Still, I started locking the door during the day too. I kept my knife on me and made sure the hatchet was next to the door at all times. That night, the sounds came again. More footsteps, slow and steady, circling the place. This time, I looked out through a slit in the curtain. I didn't see anything at first, but then a figure moved just beyond the porch light. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a hooded jacket. He stopped at the edge of the trees and just stood there, facing the cabin. I stood there too, frozen, afraid to move. After a few minutes, he backed into the shadows and disappeared. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, I seriously considered hiking back to the truck and leaving. But something about that felt wrong too. Like if I turned my back on this place, something worse would happen. So I stayed. I chopped more wood, kept my back to the wall whenever I could, and started boarding up the windows with whatever I could find. The hammering made me feel safer. That night, I built a fire in the fireplace and kept it burning. I sat in the chair facing the door, shotgun across my lap. I hadn't touched it in years, but I brought it just in case. I kept the lights off. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again, heavier this time. They came right up to the front porch. The boards creaked under the weight. I gripped the shotgun tighter. Something tapped against the window, then silence. The next morning, I found muddy prints on the porch, long and wide like someone wearing hiking boots. I also found a long scratch down the side of the cabin, from the window to the base of the wall. It hadn't been there before. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call the police because there was no signal. The closest town was over 30 miles away. I didn't want to leave and risk getting caught on the trail, so I stayed one more night. That night was the worst. Around 3 a.m., I heard something bang against the back door. Not a knock, a slam, then another. The door held, but I could hear it straining. I moved to the kitchen and peeked out. I saw two figures now, one by the door, one near the woods watching. They didn't try to hide anymore. I grabbed the shotgun, aimed through the window, and fired once into the air. They scattered. The silence afterward was heavier than anything I've ever felt. My ears rang from the shot. I sat in the dark until morning. When the sun came up, I packed everything in 10 minutes. I didn't even finish my coffee. I just hiked out, checking behind me every few steps. When I got to the truck, I found a dead squirrel on the hood. Its neck had been snapped, and its body was stiff with frost. It wasn't there the day before. I drove straight home, shaking the entire way. I didn't tell anyone about it. What was I supposed to say? That I went up to a cabin and some strangers harassed me for 4 nights straight? That they left a dead animal on my truck? No one would believe it. I never went back to Montana. I moved to a different state, took a job that didn't require travel. I still go camping, but never alone, and never where there's no cell service. I think they were just people, maybe squatters, maybe backwoods hunters, maybe just psychos who saw my truck and decided to mess with me. But whatever it was, they knew what they were doing. They waited until I was isolated. They watched for days. They never said a word, never made a mistake, never let me get a good look at their faces. It wasn't ghosts or anything like that. Just people. Real people. That's what made it so terrifying. That's what stuck with me. Real people can be worse than anything you make up in your head. It was late October, 2019, when I decided to spend a long weekend alone in a remote cabin I'd found listed on an obscure rental site. My name's Eric. I was 32 then, recently divorced, and the solitude of an off-grid cabin deep in the mountains of Wyoming seemed like the reset I needed. I'd taken the following Monday and Tuesday off work, packed up my Subaru with canned food, bottled water, a portable charger, a small hunting rifle, and enough firewood to last 4 days. The cabin sat near the base of Elk Ridge, tucked into dense forest with no neighbors for miles. The drive from Cheyenne took almost 6 hours. As I climbed higher into the mountains, the paved road turned to gravel, then narrowed until only one car could pass at a time. Trees closed in tight on both sides, and I had to slow down to dodge fallen branches and loose rocks. GPS lost signal about an hour before I arrived, but I'd printed directions just in case. The cabin appeared just as the sun was starting to dip behind the ridge. It was small but solid, made of weathered wood with a metal roof that looked relatively new. A wraparound porch overlooked a steep hill sloping down into thick woods. The air smelled clean, a mix of pine and cold earth. The silence felt heavier up there, only broken by occasional bird calls and the wind stirring the trees. Inside, the place was cleaner than I expected. There was a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchenette with a propane stove, and a single bed against the far wall. No running water, no electricity except what I could charge off my portable battery. I unpacked quickly, started a fire, and boiled some soup. By nightfall, it was pitch black outside. I read by lantern light until I couldn't keep my eyes open. That first night was uneventful, but I woke up feeling stiff. The mattress was thin and the temperature had dropped below freezing. I threw on an extra hoodie, made instant coffee with boiled water, and sat out on the porch watching fog creep across the trees. It felt good to be away from everything, no emails, no phones, no noise, just quiet. Later that day, I hiked down the slope behind the cabin. The forest was thicker than I expected, the terrain steeper, with animal trails crisscrossing between trees. I marked my path with small red flags so I wouldn't get lost. About an hour in, I came across what looked like an old hunting stand. It was falling apart, but I climbed it anyway to get a better view. From up there, I could barely make out the cabin through the trees. The woods stretched for miles in every direction. As I turned to head back, I heard a branch snap, not from my own steps. I froze, listened. Nothing. Could have been a deer or a fox. Still, I picked up my pace, and by the time I reached the cabin, the sun was dipping again. I made dinner and tried to shake off the weird feeling. The second night, I had trouble sleeping. Every little creak from the wind or the fire made me jump. At one point, I thought I heard something knock against the cabin wall. Just once. A dull thud. I grabbed the rifle and walked the perimeter. Nothing. Could have been a branch falling. Could have been anything. The next morning, I found tracks around the side of the cabin. Not boots. Bare feet. Human. The prints were uneven, like someone limping. They circled the cabin once and disappeared into the woods. My heart sank. I stood staring at those prints for a long time. I hadn't heard a car. No signs of other people up here. The nearest town was almost 20 miles back down the mountain. I told myself it was probably an old print. Maybe a hiker had gotten lost and circled the cabin weeks ago. But the frost on the ground was fresh. Those prints hadn't been there yesterday. I stayed close to the cabin that day. Didn't hike, didn't read. I just watched the woods. Every sound felt louder. Every shadow stretched longer. I kept the rifle nearby, fully loaded. When I had to use the outhouse, I rushed and kept checking over my shoulder. That night, the knocking came again. Not once. This time, it was slow and steady, 3 knocks. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't speak. Just sat frozen, gripping the rifle with both hands. Minutes passed. Then another knock. Louder. Closer. I turned off the lantern. Sat in the dark. My eyes adjusted. Moonlight filtered in through the windows. I thought about yelling, about warning whoever was out there. But something told me not to. I waited. Eventually, the knocking stopped. Hours crawled by before I fell asleep, gun across my chest. The 4th morning, I decided to leave early. My original plan was to stay until Tuesday, but I didn't care anymore. I packed everything up before sunrise, loaded the Subaru and double-checked the door locks. As I got in the car, I saw something hanging from a tree at the edge of the woods, just a few yards away. I walked over to it slowly. It was a necklace, handmade, twine wrapped around bones, small ones. Bird bones, maybe, or squirrel. I didn't touch it, just backed away and got in the car. The drive down felt longer. Every turn, I checked the rearview mirror. I didn't stop once until I hit pavement again. When I reached a gas station near Laramie, I washed my hands 3 times and threw away every piece of food I'd packed. That was 6 years ago. I haven't been back to Wyoming since. I still go camping, but never alone, and never without cell service. I don't know who or what was out there. I never filed a report. Didn't see the point. But sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear that knock again, and I always keep a rifle in the closet, just in case. It was late September of 2016 when I decided to take a break from work and rent a small cabin tucked deep into the pine woods of northern Maine. I was 32 back then, single, no kids, and working in construction management. The job paid well, but the stress was eating me alive. I'd been on 3 different projects in 2 months and barely had time to breathe. I needed to get away. Someplace quiet, someplace where I could think and just exist without alarms, meetings, or people. I found the cabin through a small online listing. No reviews, no fancy photos, just a grainy image of a dark wooden structure with a steep roof surrounded by tall trees. The price was cheap, and something about the isolation appealed to me. I booked it for 10 days. The drive up from Portland took around 4 hours. I left just before dawn and arrived around 10 in the morning. The road ended in a dirt path that wound through a thick wall of trees. My tires crunched over fallen pine needles and dry leaves. I passed no other cabins, no people, not even a trail sign. Just woods. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I saw that it looked smaller than I expected. It had a sagging porch, faded wood, and green moss growing up one side. But it had a kind of charm to it, the kind that grows on you when you're too tired to care. Inside was even simpler. One main room with a small kitchen, a table, a single couch, and a bed pushed against the far wall. No TV, no internet, and barely enough cell service to send a text. The bathroom was separate, off to the side and barely large enough to turn around in. But it had running water and a propane heater. That was enough for me. I spent the first 2 days doing nothing. I hiked a little around the area, read books, made simple meals, and sat on the porch drinking instant coffee. The quiet was deeper than I'd imagined. No cars, no planes, just the occasional chirp of a bird or rustling leaves. On the 3rd day, something felt off. It started in the middle of the night. I woke up sweating, even though the room was cold. My heart was racing like I'd had a nightmare, but I couldn't remember one. The air felt heavy, still, like everything outside was holding its breath. I sat up in bed and listened. Nothing, just the quiet. But it didn't feel peaceful anymore. Felt expectant. I got up, checked the doors, checked the windows. All locked. I went back to bed but barely slept. Every little creak in the cabin made my skin crawl. The next day, I tried to brush it off. I went on a longer hike, hoping to wear myself out. I took a trail that looped around a small lake I'd spotted on the map. The woods were dense, and the ground was littered with fallen branches. A few times I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but every time I turned around, there was nothing. I told myself it was just deer, maybe squirrels. About halfway around the lake, I came across a clearing where someone had once built a crude shelter. It was old and falling apart, just a few rotting beams and some plastic sheeting. I didn't stay long. When I got back to the cabin, I saw that the front door was open. At first, I thought maybe I hadn't latched it right. The wind could have blown it open. But when I stepped inside, I noticed the couch cushion was flipped over. My bag, which I'd left zipped on the floor near the bed, was halfway open. Nothing was missing, but it didn't look the same. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lights on and sat in bed holding a kitchen knife. Every sound made me jump. I kept thinking about who could have come in. There were no neighbors, no rangers, nobody for miles. I should have left then, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd spent too many years in the city. My mind was playing tricks on me. On the 5th day, I found the dead squirrel. It was hanging from a tree about 10 feet off the ground, tied up by its back legs with thin rope. The rope looked new. The body was fresh. Its belly was sliced open, and its insides had been removed. The skin around its face was peeled back, showing sharp little teeth and dark, empty eyes. I stood there staring at it for too long. Something about it felt deliberate, personal. I turned around and walked straight back to the cabin. I packed my bag and threw everything into the back of my truck. I wanted to be gone by sunset, but when I turned the key in the ignition, the engine clicked and did nothing. I tried again. Same thing. Click. No turn. I popped the hood, checked the cables, tapped the battery with a wrench. Nothing. I checked my phone. 1 bar of service, but every call failed after a few seconds. That night was the worst. I didn't light a fire. I didn't cook. I locked the door, pushed the couch against it, and sat in the corner with my back to the wall and a flashlight in my lap. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy steps, then silence, then a soft scraping sound, like something was being dragged across the wood. I held my breath. The scraping stopped. Then the door handle turned. It didn't open, just turned, back and forth, slow. Then it stopped. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. When I finally got the courage to peek out the window, there was nothing, just moonlight and trees. I stayed awake all night. In the morning, I went outside and found deep boot prints in the dirt leading up to the cabin. They were wide, like from work boots, and fresh. I followed them a few feet, but they stopped suddenly, like the person had just disappeared. I gathered my things and started walking. I didn't care about the truck anymore. I just wanted out. I hiked south, following the dirt road back the way I'd come. After about 2 miles, I saw a small wooden sign nailed to a tree. It looked old, faded red paint. It just said "No Return" in capital letters. I don't know why, but it made me feel sick. I pushed on. After several more miles, I came across an old fire tower. The steps were broken, but the base had a radio box, rusted but still there. I tried the emergency frequency. No answer. I tried again. Crackle. Then a voice. Faint. I couldn't make out the words, but it was enough. I gave my location and waited. An hour passed. Then I heard the chop of blades in the distance. A ranger chopper landed in a clearing nearby. The pilot looked confused. Said no one was supposed to be out here. Said the cabin I'd stayed in was taken off the maps years ago after the owner was arrested for assaulting a hiker. They flew me back to the station, gave me water, asked questions. I answered what I could. I never went back for the truck. I went home and changed my number, quit my job, moved to a different state. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't hike. I don't camp. Sometimes I dream of that squirrel, still hanging in that tree. I wake up with my heart pounding, the weight of that silence pressing down on me. I try not to think about who was out there, or why they didn't just come inside, or what would have happened if I hadn't blocked the door. All I know is I got out, and sometimes that's the only happy ending you can ask for. It was the summer of 2016 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 38 then, living alone in northern Kentucky, recently divorced, and drained from the back-and-forth court days and late-night paperwork. My job at a small equipment rental shop had grown stale too. I needed to be somewhere quiet, where the only noise was from trees moving in the wind or the occasional chirp of some bird I couldn't name. So I rented a cabin deep in the woods near the edge of the Daniel Boone National Forest. It wasn't one of those trendy Airbnb-style places. It was old, dusty, and bare bones, but that was what I wanted. I found it through a forum that listed off-grid cabins for monthly rentals. A guy named Richard ran the site. We exchanged emails and he sent me directions and a crude map. I paid cash up front for the whole month. The cabin didn't have cell service, no internet, no TV. Just an outhouse, a propane stove, a hand pump well, and a wood-burning stove. Perfect. I drove out on a cloudy Monday morning. It was about a 4-hour drive from my place. The deeper I got into the woods, the more narrow the roads became. Eventually, they turned to gravel, then dirt. My old Toyota Tacoma bumped along for miles until I saw the mailbox nailed to a post with no name, just the number 327 painted in fading black. I took the turn and followed the one-lane road another half-mile. Then the cabin appeared. It was smaller than I imagined. The roof sagged slightly in the middle and the windows were dirty. The front porch had a few missing boards, and the steps creaked when I walked up. The door stuck at first, but I got it open after leaning into it. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and old books. There was a table with 2 chairs, a twin bed with a sagging mattress, a counter with a few rusted pots, and a wood stove in the corner. In the back was a tiny room with a tin basin and a cracked mirror hanging above it. I unpacked the basics: canned food, bottled water, a couple books, my journal, and a revolver I brought just in case. I chopped some kindling from the pile outside and made a fire in the stove. The first night was calm. I read by lantern light and went to bed early. The bed was uncomfortable, but the silence was what I needed. No traffic, no emails, no buzzing of any kind. The second day, I walked a couple miles around the cabin. There were deer trails, thick brush, and the occasional rusted can or broken bottle from someone who had passed through before. I saw no people, no cabins nearby, no hikers. I liked it that way. That night, I cooked some rice and beans on the propane stove and ate them on the porch. The stars were out. The air was cool. On the fourth night, something changed. I woke up suddenly in the dark. It must have been around 2 or 3 a.m. The air was still, but I had the strange feeling that I wasn't alone. Not like ghosts or anything, more like someone might be watching. I got up and went to the front door. I didn't open it, just stood there listening. I heard a faint crunch of leaves, then nothing. I waited maybe 10 minutes before going back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. The next morning, I found footprints. They weren't mine. These were larger, deeper. A man's boots. They came up from the woods and stopped near the porch, then turned back. I looked around, checked the path, but there was no one. That day, I kept my revolver close. Over the next few days, I felt watched. I started hearing sounds in the woods, twigs snapping, underbrush shifting, but never saw anything. Once I thought I saw movement far off, a shape ducking behind a tree, but I convinced myself it was just an animal. I stopped going for walks. I locked the door at night and pushed the small table in front of it. On the 8th night, I heard someone breathing outside my window. Slow, steady breathing. I didn't move. I didn't turn on the lantern. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding. After maybe 2 minutes, it stopped. I waited another 10 before moving. When I finally looked out the window, no one was there. The next morning, I found a pile of rocks stacked neatly in a pyramid on the porch. I hadn't put them there. They weren't there the night before. That day, I packed my things. I was ready to leave, but when I went to start the truck, it didn't turn over. The battery was dead. I opened the hood. Everything looked fine. No loose cables, no corrosion. But the battery was completely drained. I had to stay another night. I chopped more wood, loaded the stove, and waited. I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair by the window with the revolver in my lap. Around 1 a.m., I heard footsteps outside. Not careful ones, heavy, crunching ones. They circled the cabin, then stopped. I didn't breathe. After about 5 minutes, I heard the door handle move. Just once. Then it stopped. The steps walked off into the woods. At sunrise, I tried the truck again. Nothing. I gathered my bag and walked. It was a long way back, but I followed the road and prayed someone would drive by. After maybe 3 hours, a park ranger truck passed. I waved it down. The ranger gave me a ride to the nearest station. I didn't go back for the truck right away. A week later, I returned with a friend and a tow truck. My cabin had been ransacked. The table was overturned, the mattress sliced open, and the walls marked with crude symbols scratched into the wood. The rocks were inside now, piled in the basin like a warning. We didn't stay long. The truck was still there. The battery had been removed. I never figured out who had been out there or what they wanted. I didn't file a police report, didn't see the point, but I never went back to the woods. I sold the truck, moved to a small town near Bowling Green, and took a desk job at a hardware store. Life is quieter now, but I keep the revolver loaded. Sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear breathing outside my window, but it's never there, or at least I hope it isn't. It was the fall of 2013 when I decided to take a break from everything. I had just turned 37. My job was burning me out. My phone felt like an anchor around my neck, and everything in my life had started to blur together in a way I didn't like. I didn't want to talk to anyone about it. I didn't want advice. I just wanted to get away. So I took a week off work, packed up my old Subaru, and drove 5 hours north into Michigan to a small cabin I found on a listing site. It was located near a place called Haywood Pines, a quiet patch of forest with hardly anything nearby. That's exactly what I wanted. The cabin was owned by an older man who didn't live there full-time. He gave me the lock code in a message, told me to enjoy the peace, and that was it. The photos showed a small, one-bedroom wooden cabin surrounded by trees. There was a little porch with a rocking chair, a stone fireplace inside, and an old propane stove in the kitchen. No TV, no internet, and no cell service. Perfect. I left on a Saturday morning. It was still dark when I hit the highway, and I liked that. Driving in silence, watching the sun rise in the rearview mirror. It was early October, and the trees were already shifting to orange, yellow, and red. I stopped for gas and coffee in a town I don't even remember the name of, and then it was another hour on winding back roads until I reached the cabin. When I pulled up the dirt driveway, the tires crackled over fallen leaves. The air smelled clean and sharp, and the wind made a steady whisper in the trees. The cabin looked like the pictures. A little more worn, maybe, but solid. I unpacked everything slowly, dragging it inside and taking my time to settle in. It was about noon by the time I had everything set up. The first day passed quietly. I walked a little trail behind the cabin that led to a shallow stream, then sat on the porch with a book. The only sound was wind and the occasional bird. I made some canned soup on the stove, read until dark, then lit a fire in the fireplace and let it lull me into sleep. The second day was much the same. Peaceful. Too quiet, maybe. I started to notice how loud the silence really was. It's funny how, when you take all the noise out of your life, your brain starts filling in the gaps. I didn't feel watched exactly, but I noticed I kept turning around when I walked in the woods. The leaves crunching under my boots sometimes made me think someone was walking behind me. By the third day, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was just being alone. Maybe it was the silence. Maybe it was nothing. But I woke up that morning and saw fresh boot prints outside the cabin. That wasn't right. It had rained a little overnight, just enough to dampen the dirt. And there they were. Boot prints. Not mine. Too wide, too long. They came from the woods, stopped about 20 feet from the front porch, then turned back. I looked at them for a long time. I kept telling myself maybe they were old and just looked fresh because of the rain. Maybe they were mine even if they didn't look like it. Maybe the owner had stopped by, though he said he wouldn't. I took a picture of them with my phone even though there was no signal. It just made me feel better to document it. That night I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing noises, little cracks in the woods, like branches snapping. Probably just animals, I told myself. But I started to notice a pattern to them. Every hour or so, like clockwork, like footsteps. I didn't sleep much at all. The next morning I made coffee on the stove and tried to shake the feeling. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I walked the perimeter of the cabin and checked all the windows. I didn't find anything. But then, just before going back inside, I saw something hanging from a tree about 30 feet into the woods. It was a piece of string tied around a branch, and at the bottom was a little bunch of sticks shaped like an X. Not a charm, not anything fancy. Just sticks, but someone had tied them together and hung it where I would see it. I didn't go near it. I stared at it for a while, then went back inside. I locked the door even though I didn't need to. I kept trying to tell myself it was a coincidence. Maybe a kid left it there. Maybe it was nothing. But my stomach was in knots the rest of the day. That night, the fire didn't help me sleep. I kept waking up. I kept hearing noises. Once, just before midnight, I thought I heard something brushing against the outside wall of the cabin. Not footsteps, not animal sounds, just a slow scrape, like something dragging across the wood. It stopped after a few seconds. The fifth day, I decided I wanted to leave. I had booked the cabin for 7 days, but I didn't care. I started packing things back into my car. When I went outside, I noticed more footprints, this time around the side of the cabin. I hadn't heard anyone approach, hadn't heard a car, nothing. But they were there. Deep, fresh prints. Big ones. I tried to stay calm. I packed fast. I kept telling myself I'd leave by noon. But when I went to start my car, it wouldn't turn over. clicked once, then nothing. The battery was dead. I checked the hood, checked everything I could think of. I had jumper cables, but no one to help. There was no signal on my phone. No one nearby. The nearest town was miles away. I sat in the car for a long time, hands on the wheel, trying to think. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to stay another night, but I didn't want to walk out either. I didn't know what was in those woods, and I didn't want to find out. Eventually, I made a decision. I locked the cabin, took my coat, my flashlight, a knife from the kitchen, and started walking. I knew the general direction of the main road. It would take me a few hours, but I figured I'd reach a place with a signal or find someone who could help. The walk was long. The trees were close together, and the wind had picked up. I kept hearing things behind me, snapping twigs, rustling leaves. Every time I turned around, nothing. But I didn't stop. Just before sunset, I saw a clearing up ahead. I thought it might be the road. I started to hurry, legs aching, heart pounding. But as I got closer, I saw something that stopped me cold. It wasn't the road. It was a small campsite, old, abandoned. A torn-up tent, moldy sleeping bag, rusted cans scattered around. And in the middle, a fire pit full of ash. Someone had stayed here, but not recently. Maybe a year ago, maybe more. I didn't want to stay there. I didn't want to think about who had camped there and what had happened to them. But the sun was going down. I decided I'd keep walking until it was almost dark, then sleep in a tree if I had to. I couldn't go back to that cabin. I walked until I could barely see the ground in front of me. I found a thick tree with low branches and climbed up as far as I could. Not far, maybe 10 feet. I wrapped my arms around the trunk and tried to stay awake. I didn't. At some point in the night, I woke up to the sound of something moving through the woods. Heavy footsteps, slow, crunching through the leaves. It was close. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just held onto that tree like it was the only thing keeping me alive. The footsteps stopped underneath me. I couldn't see anything. I didn't hear breathing, just silence. It stayed like that for what felt like hours. Then, slowly, the steps moved away. I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore. Then I waited another hour just to be sure. The first light, I climbed down and started walking again. My legs were sore. My eyes felt like sandpaper, but I moved. Around noon, I found the road. A real road. I flagged down a pickup truck that passed by, and the man inside drove me to the nearest town. I didn't explain anything. I just thanked him and called a tow truck for my car. Took a day to get back up there. The tow guy drove me out. When we reached the cabin, nothing looked different. But when I walked inside, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The photo I had taken of the footprints, the one on my phone with no signal, had been printed out and left on the kitchen table. There was no printer in that cabin. I didn't ask questions. I didn't touch anything. I got in the truck, had him tow my car, and I never went back. I changed my number. I moved a few months later. I don't go into the woods anymore. Whoever was out there, they were watching. Maybe the whole time. I still don't know why. I don't care. All I know is I got out. I was lucky, and I'll never be that alone again. It was mid-October 2018 when I decided to get away from everything for a while. I just turned 34, burned out from work and a rough breakup earlier that year. I wanted somewhere quiet, far from the city and noise, where I could clear my head. I found a listing for a small cabin in northern Maine, near a place called Alder Ridge. The photos showed a plain wooden structure, tucked into the trees about a mile off a gravel road. It had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no neighbors close by. That was exactly what I needed. I packed up my old SUV with a week's worth of supplies, warm clothes, firewood, and a few books. I didn't plan on doing much besides sitting by the wood stove, hiking the trails nearby, and sleeping as much as I could. The drive up was uneventful. Long stretches of forest, the trees already turning red and gold. I made it to the small town of Hanover just before dusk, stopped for gas and a sandwich, then took the winding road north to Alder Ridge. The gravel road to the cabin was rough. The tires crunched over rocks and leaves, and tree branches scraped along the sides of the SUV. It took about 15 minutes to reach the cabin from the main road. By then, the sun had dipped behind the hills, and the sky was a fading blue. The cabin sat in a small clearing, just big enough for the building and a fire pit. There were no other signs of life, no lights, no sounds beyond the wind through the trees. Inside, the cabin was simple. One main room with a bed, a small table, a wood stove, and a kitchenette. A door led to a bathroom with a composting toilet and a pump sink. There was no shower, but I could heat water on the stove if I needed. The place smelled like old pine and cold air. I got the fire going, lit a couple of lanterns, and unloaded my gear. The first night passed quietly. I read a few chapters of a novel, ate a can of soup, and fell asleep early. The wind picked up around midnight, howling through the trees and making the cabin creak. But I was tired, and the warmth from the fire made me sleep like a rock. I woke up just after sunrise, feeling better than I had in weeks. That morning, I explored the trails behind the cabin. The woods stretched for miles, thick with evergreens and leaf-covered ground. I saw deer tracks, a couple of squirrels, and a red fox darting through the underbrush. The air was cool and smelled of wet leaves. I took photos with my camera and followed one trail down to a stream, where I sat for a while and watched the water move over the rocks. The first couple of days passed slowly in a good way. I settled into a rhythm. Up at sunrise, hiking, reading, eating simple meals, and chopping wood. I didn't see another person or even hear a distant car. At night, I'd sit by the fire and let my mind wander. The silence was peaceful, but also heavy in a strange way, like the woods were waiting for something. On the third night, something odd happened. I was outside, gathering more firewood before dark, when I noticed a faint path I hadn't seen before. It was barely visible, a narrow break in the brush off the main trail, almost hidden. It didn't look like a game trail. It was too straight. I followed it for maybe 20 yards before it ended abruptly at a moss-covered boulder. Nothing special. I turned around and headed back. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The wind was still, the woods quiet. Too quiet. I kept thinking about that trail. Why hadn't I seen it before? I told myself it was probably just my imagination, that I was overthinking it. But sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly, heart pounding. I didn't know why. There hadn't been a sound, at least none I could remember. But something had pulled me from sleep. I listened for a long time. No wind, no animals. Just the ticking of the cooling stove and the crackle of the last few embers. I got up, checked the door, still locked. Looked out the window, nothing but darkness and trees. I finally went back to bed but didn't sleep much. The next day, I hiked again. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. I found the strange path again, and this time I followed it further. After the boulder, the trail picked up again, more visible now. It wound through thicker trees and led to a small clearing. There were no signs of human activity, no trash, no markings. But the clearing felt wrong. The ground was uneven, and I saw spots where the grass was flattened, almost like someone had been lying there recently. I didn't stay long. Back at the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing at the windows, expecting to see something standing there. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair. I left the lantern on, which I hadn't done before. At around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps, clear as day, crunching leaves. Slow, deliberate steps circling the cabin. I froze. The fire was out, and the only light came from the dim lantern on the table. The steps stopped by the back window. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I sat there for nearly an hour, gripping the fire poker, waiting. But nothing happened. Eventually, I dozed off in the chair. In the morning, I checked outside. No tracks. The ground was damp from dew, but no footprints. No broken branches. I told myself it could have been an animal, maybe a deer, but the way it moved, slow and steady, didn't feel like any animal I knew. I almost left that day. I even packed up my gear, got in the SUV, and started down the gravel road. But something made me stop. Maybe I didn't want to admit that I was scared. Maybe I felt like leaving would mean giving in to whatever fear had crept in. So I turned around and drove back. That evening, I hiked one last time. I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't afraid. I followed the hidden trail again, this time with a flashlight and a knife in my pocket. When I reached the clearing, it looked the same, empty. But as I turned to head back, I saw something that stopped me cold. A pile of rocks, stacked carefully near the edge of the clearing. I hadn't seen them before. They looked deliberate, not natural. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat by the fire, every light on, knife in hand. I kept hearing faint sounds, twigs snapping, rustling leaves. Once, I thought I saw movement in the trees beyond the window. I didn't go outside. At dawn, I packed everything as fast as I could and left. I didn't look back. I drove straight through Hanover and didn't stop until I was over 100 miles south. I stayed at a cheap motel that night, grateful for the sound of traffic and the glow of streetlights. It's been years since that trip, but I still think about it sometimes. I never reported anything. What would I say? There was no crime, no evidence, just a feeling. But it was real. I've been back to the woods since then, different places, never alone. And I never stay overnight in a cabin that deep anymore. The photos I took are still on my hard drive. Most of them are just trees, rocks, and sky. Nothing unusual. But one picture, taken near that hidden clearing, shows something I hadn't noticed before. In the far background, between two trees, there's a figure, barely visible, standing still. No details, just a shape. I don't show that picture to anyone, but I see it clearly, and I know I wasn't alone in those woods.